Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. Today is December 8th. It is 9:01 a.m. And let's go ahead and do a call to order, please. Or, never mind, let me move on. Let's all rise for a moment of silence. Is there any moment of silence from any of the supervisors today? I see EJ, are you saying something or?
Yeah, would it, because Supervisor Simon isn't here, could we do a moment of silence for his recent loss?
Absolutely.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, Chairman Simon's mother, Karen Simon, passed late last week.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Crandall. Can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Moving on to item number 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Are there any extra items being brought to today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I would like to request one, and I apologize for the lateness of this request. It could be taken up anytime today if you are agreeable to taking it up. And that is the fact that the public health officer advised yesterday that he believes all of California will move into the governor's stay-at-home order, possibly as soon or before next Tuesday when you meet again. And it could just come at any time since they're evaluating on a daily basis. And I would like to have a discussion with your board about the impacts to county operations and department head authority to manage staffing in much the same ways they did last March during the shelter in place.
Okay. And maybe if we choose to take that on, it might be after the COVID-19 update, but do we have a motion to take up that extra item with the reason that this has just come up after the posting of the agenda?
I move.
I'll second. It requires action before the next agenda.
Thank you for that clarification. So we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if I can get a roll call, please.
Okay. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Is Supervisor Brown here?
Supervisor Brown will be joining us momentarily. Not sure exactly when, but hopefully sooner than later.
Okay. And then Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Okay, motion carries, and if that works for you, Ms. Hutchinson, putting it in right around the COVID-19 discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to alert department heads. So would you estimate, are you thinking approximately 11:30? Let's look here so I can give them an approximate. I'm gonna give the department heads a heads up for 11:30 if that works for you.
And we'll do our best to stay on the schedule.
Thank you.
Okay. And no further extra items. We'll go ahead and move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Any items on the consent agenda that need to be pulled by the board?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 5.5 as there might be a perceived conflict on my part.
Okay. Any other items? Okay, I'm going to open up to the public. Jake, if you can open up the room. If anybody wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda, please go ahead and speak up.
Yes, I've sent out that unmute request. If you would like to make the comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, let's go ahead and close that down. Anybody here in the boardroom wish to pull any items from the consent agenda?
We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave one of these on the hammer, right?
Yeah, let me the section so you
Let's
can.
go ahead and mute that, please. Thank you. Okay, so no items being pulled. Let's go back to the board for action. Other than 5.5, sorry.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.4 and 5.6 through 5.11.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Johanna, please roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. And Supervisor Scott, real quick, you said you had a conflict on 5.5?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make sure and wait for Supervisor Brown to get here before we go ahead and take that one back up. Okay, moving on to item 6.1, public input. This is for any public input for 3 minutes that is not related to any of our agenda items on this agenda, and any public input from the room. Jake, let's open that up, please.
All right. Unmute request again. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none. Any public input in the room right here? Okay, no public comment as well. All right, so we'll move on to item 6.2, 9:05 a.m., 2019 crop report. And we have our Ag Commissioner right here with us, so he'll provide the report. You can.
Okay, in 2019, the total gross value, and I said gross value, not net value, of agriculture in Lake County was $106,428,153. It's a 5% decrease from last year. Leading crops were wine grapes, walnuts, timber, which is surprising, and cattle. The gross value of grapes was up in 2019 with 83.7 million, which is a surprise to me. I thought it'd be down, but it was up. The grape tonnage was up slightly. The price per ton went up slightly, and the total acres went up 334 acres. Was not a good year for pears. The gross value was 14.6 million. Pears were down 31% from 2018 due to a glut on the market. They had pears from the previous year, and they had a late harvest, so we had to compete with Washington State and Mendocino when our pears were harvested. The price per ton was down 7%, and the total acres are down by 170, and I expect the acres to be down substantially in 2020. The gross value of walnuts was 2.1 million, down 40%. Again, there's just too many walnuts on the market, and not enough people buying them. The tonnage decreased by 5%. Price per ton was down 38%. But the total acres, some of the newer plantings got into production, so it was up by 150. The gross value of timber went from 282,885 to 1.6 million. I think it's because the fires and they need the lumber. Is what I'm thinking happened. The gross value of cattle was 1.4 million, down 16% from 2018. Overall, there was a decrease in the value of vegetables at 31%. One of our major vegetable producers went out of business. There was a decrease in nursery production of 30%. There was a decrease in field crops by 3%. There was an increase in small livestock production in the value of small crop production by 110%. I just did a better job looking at people who sold at the fair and stuff. It should go up next year too, I think. There was an increase in miscellaneous fruits and nuts at 23%. Again, I did a better job looking at people who were doing it. There was a slight increase in livestock and poultry products, so that's eggs and honey and stuff. On the organic farms, there were 119 organic farms covering 2,790 acres. And the value was 4.8 million. Wine grapes were the highest at 1.9 million. Walnuts were 1.6 million, but I think that's going to drop in 2020 because there's not a market for organic walnuts as there was once before. Pears were 1.1 million. Probably someone's going to ask me about hemp, so I'll bring it up right now. Hemp can be included in the crop report. 2019 was a mess with hemp. We had people who were in the program to grow cannabis, people in the program to get a head start on the early exemption. I don't know of anyone who made money off it, but we can't tell. We only have 8 people this past year, so I think we could probably get hemp listed 2020, but 19 is just a weird year. You can't get a good number on anything. I wish to express my appreciation to the many individuals and organizations who contributed to making this report possible. That's it. Is there any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Okay. Any questions from the public on the Zoom? Jake, if you can open up the Zoom room.
Yes, I've sent a unmute request out to the floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that down. Any public comments from the boardroom? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. And this is just a presentation. I will say that I was surprised to see that we've been hearing so often that there's a recession in grapes, and to see that not only was there a larger economic impact to the county, but also more acres being installed. That was a surprise to me that I was not aware that was going to be happening. So maybe it's turning the curve. We'll have to see over the next years. And I agree that hemp would be an anomaly by looking at 2019, and it would be hard to see a trend when there's such a spike and then regulations kicked in, and then you would see what normalized hemp cultivation would actually bring us. So I don't disagree that looking at 2019 would have been a little strange to figure out how it compares. So thank you very much for the report, and we will be moving on. It is a little too early to move on to the next, but Supervisor Brown is here, so let's go ahead and take on item 5.5. Waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and Elijah House to increase total contract maximum to $376,834.73 for fiscal year 2020-2021, and authorize the board chair to sign the amendment.
And Jake put me in another room?
Yes, Jake, let's kindly place Supervisor Scott in another room.
Let me move her real quick.
And we'll text you and let you know, or Jake will bring you back automatically.
Thank you.
And then is Todd? Yes. And is Todd on? Maybe I should have asked that before we moved directly into that.
Mr. Wright.
I think I'm unmuted.
Oh, there he is.
you are.
Okay.
So we're still waiting for Supervisor Scott to go in a room before we get started.
Yeah, sorry, I clicked the wrong button and kind of did something weird here. Okay, so I'm moving Tina Scott right now.
Okay, she's in a room, and Mr. Metcalf, if you would please go ahead and elaborate on this item.
All this really is, good morning, board. My name is Todd Metcalf. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health Services. All this is just a movement of housing continuum of care monies that the state has allowed us to use for COVID-19 shelter operations. And so this, we are just adding to their existing contract to max it out to the figure you see there. So this has been, I've talked about this before, but that's all this is. It's just moving those monies into this contract so they can continue operations at Old Juvenile Hall, what looks like now, probably through March of next year.
Okay. Any questions from the board for Director Metcalf? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open up to the public. Jake, if you can open up the Zoom room for any public comments on item 5.5 regarding the Elijah House.
Yes, I've sent out a unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
This is, it's just moving those monies into this contract so they can continue.
To repeat. Okay, hearing no comment, let's go ahead and close that down, Jake. And anybody here in the boardroom have any public comment for item 5.5? All right, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services. Should I do both?
Yeah, I'm sure you could do both.
Okay. And B, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and Elijah House to increase total contract maximum to $376,834.73 for fiscal year 20 and 21 and authorize the board chair to sign the amendment.
And so we have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Brown. Not sure if your microphone was on or not.
And in between day. Yeah, second, sorry.
Okay. And Joanne, if we can have a roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Jake, if we can get Supervisor Scott back in the room. And let's see, we're still too early for 6.3. Let's go ahead and do,
Gonna show up, am I?
let's do 7.4. Consideration of appointment of Blue Ribbon Committee member for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake for the purposes of discussion, reviewing research, planning, and providing oversight regarding the health of Clear Lake. And I believe, Ms. Hutchinson, your name was attached to this.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, the recommendation is that your board appoint the newly appointed Special Districts Administrator, Scott Harder, to replace the former, now retired Special Districts Administrator, Jan Coppinger.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay, for some reason I expected more. Okay, simple enough. Any comments from the board? Okay, let's open it up, Jake, to the public. This is item 7.4 regarding the Blue Ribbon Committee appointment of Scott Harder.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the room. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and turn that down and open it up to the public here in the boardroom. Any comments on item 7.4? And seeing none, let's bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for action.
I think, Tina, this is in your district.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Scott Harder as the new Special District Administrator to oversee or be part of the Blue Ribbon Committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can get a roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Let's see, we have 9 minutes. Let's try item 7.3. I don't think this one should take too long. Consideration of a permanent County of Lake policy for working remotely. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matthew Rothstein is going to present this item in just a moment. He's taken the lead on it in our office. He's worked very closely, as have I, with an committee of your board, an ad hoc committee that we're very appreciative of. That ad hoc committee consisted of Supervisor Sabatier and Scott, and then department heads in addition. Work with us, and today here is the product. The interim policy will expire at the end of the calendar year, so the timing is right now to move on with the permanent policy. Go ahead, Matthew.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and your board. This is Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So as Carol alluded, we have had a temporary emergency policy for working remotely in response to the COVID-19 emergency since March of this year. And the policy before you for your consideration today is in fact a permanent policy. Department heads over the course of this year have reported a number of significant benefits from the flexibility offered by remote work. Some have been able to attract talent that may have otherwise been unavailable because they were starting an assignment with a remote work expectation. Others have noted that certain classifications have seen an increase in billable hours or an increase in productivity. And also it's just been a really critical support in terms of office, workplace safety with the need to socially distance in light of the pandemic. So the permanent policy before you today seeks to outline the expectations of what is expected of employees, provides for opportunities for either regular remote work agreements, meaning a certain set number of days and or hours that occur on a regular basis, and or temporary agreements, and certainly establishes the expectation that remote work will be performed from a designated workspace, and provides a checklist and some resources for employees to ensure that the workspace that they're proposing is safe. So the policy is attached, and we're available to answer any questions you may have. Certainly we would encourage department heads to think creatively in terms of how remote work may meet their productivity needs. We've had certain classifications that have been hard to fill, for example. So there may be situations like that where it's appropriate to have the department head proactively use remote work as an opportunity, and there are other situations where an employee may have a request. So the policy allows for both of those scenarios, and there's a form that is attached that just kind of walks through both the department head and the employee, all the various expectations of someone entering into a remote work assignment. So we want to bring this to you. Our genuine hope is that you'll find the draft that's before you today to be acceptable, and that you'll adopt the policy as prepared. But we also wanted to make sure that we brought it to you while we still had a meeting left this year, in case you have any substantive feedback or questions for staff, and we can help you resolve any concerns. So that's my report, and thank you very much. And I do have the policy available if you need me to project any part of it, but we're here to answer questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. Any comments or questions from supervisors?
Yes. I read through it, and I really like it. I know that during the initial stages of this situation, I discussed how this is a good segue to, we always struggle with, hiring people in the county and recruiting and whatnot. And this, despite the pandemic, it's almost like a blessing in disguise, because it gives the opportunity for people to, of course, it's written in there. What I really like seeing is a lot of different measures writing to see if they're competent enough in doing these type of things and doing this type of work. It just, for me, it's a segue into something that can help the county. Aside from the normal brick and mortar way of work where we just come in and clock in and whatnot, this is, I think, going to help with recruiting with some folks that may want to work here, but also are capable of doing it remotely as well, despite the pandemic, of course. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Okay. Any other comment? Supervisor Scott?
Just a comment, with all the negatives that COVID-19 has brought to us, I know this was something that we have talked about before, and we didn't think it was possible for us to make this happen as a county. So I'm really thankful that we were thrown into this and we're made to come up with something to think outside the box to be able to keep our employees safe and to be able to continue working. So this is a great moment that we're moving in this direction.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? So I was reading through it, and there's one thing that I feel is missing, and I had it right here, in the expenses arising from working remotely at the bottom of page 4, it says the County of Lake will not reimburse expenses incurred as a result of remote work, including but not limited to utility costs associated with climate control of the remote work area, use of a phone, and blah, blah, blah. And I just think, even though it says not limited to, that I think right off the bat we need to say internet. That we are not here to pay for your internet bill. To have access to this, you must have that already. And I think we had talked about that for the temporary one, and not sure if it is unnecessary on this one or if it just didn't get copied back onto this.
I'm happy to add that in. Yeah, thank you for your feedback.
And based on what Supervisor Crandall said, this seems a lot more based on your stereotypical employee, the one that comes into the brick and mortar office and then maybe takes some work home, works temporarily remotely. This does not seem like it would be a fit for somebody that would actually be hired to work remotely only. Am I correct on that assumption based on the way that I read the document?
So my reading of it, and if it pleases the chair, I mean, is it okay if I respond to that directly?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Absolutely.
Okay. So to my reading of it, I think it can be used for both. Because certainly we're asking people to designate a workspace, for example. That could be an employee who is currently existing or somebody who is new to county service. To me, I don't really see any barriers to where this could not be used for an employee who wasn't an existing employee. There are some considerations that are lined out in the beginning as a department head would think through this process that may be most directly applicable to an employee that they've worked with before. However, I see those as, guiding principles that would help them to, think through the situation, and certainly that those could be abstracted to, if you were evaluating an incoming candidate, you would look at their work history. Have they established, do they have sufficient years in a similar classification where they've established that their preparedness for the job so that they could work remotely without needing a lot of, direct supervisor support or training that may need to be provided in person, at least initially. So I guess to my reading of it, I feel like it has sufficient, flexibility built into it, and certainly we, mentioned the fact that it could be used for employees that are on a permanent remote work assignment. So I don't think there are any hindrances, but I certainly would be interested if you have any further feedback.
Okay, now that sounds good to me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, Ms. Grant.
There is one statement that says any remote work opportunity is a permissive arrangement and remote work agreements may be terminated at any time.
Okay.
That's on the first page under eligibility.
Correct. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's open this up to the public. Jake, if you can please open the Zoom room. This is a comment on item 7.3 for our permanent remote work policy.
Request to the Zoom floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Jake, are you going to be able to do something about that?
I'm sorry?
Happening? What can you do about that popping through continuously, that noise, that background noise?
That is a participant on the Zoom floor. I have to just keep them muted and be sure that after I after I make a comment that they are not trying to speak to.
Thank you. That's disruptive. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and close the room, though. It doesn't sound like anybody has any comments on that. Anybody here in the boardroom have a public comment on item 7.3? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the County of Lake policy for working remotely with additions and corrections.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. And it is 9:32, so let's go ahead and bounce back to item 6.3, consideration of cannabis ordinance revisions. A, processing in PDC. B, protection of important farmland. C, submission to Planning Commission to review increase of density in PDC. Jake, if it's possible to get the ability to share my screen.
Yeah, you should be set up for that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, while you're pulling it up, I just want to call to the attention of board members that we do have some e-comments on this item. And so if you look at that on your agenda software there and click on the little, it's kind of like a little pop-up window, and then you'll see another button to push that says one public comment.
Okay, thank you for that.
There are also comments that are attached as PDFs there from people that sent in paper or digital paper. Okay.
So for the first part, I will have to apologize. It seems to an error happened. I submitted an ordinance to fix a issue that came up where we had approved to add processing in PDC, and in doing so, it seems to have not been posted to the agenda, even though it is on the agenda to discuss this process. So I'd like to ask the board before I start, since this is kind of a revision of something we already discussed in May, but because the ordinance did not show up for the public to review, but since this is the first reading, do we want to move forward in discussing this again and using this as the first reading where the public will have the chance to review the document itself for the second reading, or do we want to push this whole entire Part A for processing in PDC and start again with the first reading on the following week? And again, I apologize for the error and not catching that in time.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with going forward today.
I'd like to know what Anita feels, if this is what she feels we should do.
Ms. Grant?
Yes, thank you. This is essentially a correction of an omission of the, and I've listened to the record before your board. You clearly intended that processing be allowed in PDC. It did not make its way to the ordinance. And so it requires an ordinance amendment. That's really the only correction. However, what I would suggest is to take some comments from the public to determine if they require more time. The point of the two readings is obviously not only to give your board the opportunity to consider not once but twice, but to give the public that opportunity as well. However, again, because this is clarifying, no new concept is being introduced, and your board hasn't had this information until now. So there's no issue. As you know, the public's entitled to the information at the same time your board receives it. Here, everyone's getting it now. So there's no prohibition there. And as Supervisor Sabatier pointed out, there is a second reading. At this point, if your board feels comfortable, given the nature of the clarification, you can review it, discuss it, open it to the public, and advance it to a second reading. If any of your board members don't feel comfortable doing that, then it would be better to put it over for the first read on the 15th. It's really a question, again, of how you as supervisors and how the public feels about the presentation today. legally, there's no prohibition.
I feel comfortable moving forward today.
Okay. And just to also remind everybody, in the memo, it did connect folks back to the exact meeting in May of 2020 where we did discuss this, and there is really no difference in what was presented then as what's being presented today. So seeing as we have, and Ms. Grant asked about all board members, so I am going to ask all board members. Supervisor Brown, are you okay with continuing this discussion today? Yeah. Okay. You may not have heard him, but he said yes. So just moving on real quick on Part A, processing and PDC. Processing is a function that is allowed within the manufacturing license from the state. Currently, manufacturing is allowed in PDC, but the actual processing license, which basically prohibits you from doing extractions but allows you to do the other activities under processing, is not allowed currently in PDC, and it came strange to us, or felt strange to us, that you could do manufacturing but you couldn't do processing, where you can do the extra activities but not the lesser of the activities. So the original idea back in May was to allow processing to be done in PDC, and again, we are only trying to rectify the omission that did occur from the approvals that happened in May, and putting it back on the table for approval to go ahead and place processing licensing as a possibility in PDC zone. And that is the extent of my presentation for that one. Any comments from the board? And I can't see anybody, so if you do have a comment, just speak up. Okay, hearing none. Jake, can we open it up to the public to get comments on Part A, adding processing licenses in PDC zone?
All right, I will send a mute request out to the floor. That request is out. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and close the Zoom room, opening it up here in the boardroom. Any public comment on item A of 6.3, processing in PDC? Please. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen so people can see this, and we'll get back to this here.
Hi, Michael Wegner. Thank you very much for everybody being here today. I think what you have to say about that, Mr. Sabatier, is right on point. And instead of making it a redundant process, the faster or easier we can put these things together, I think the better off everybody's going to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment from the
Can I
boardroom?
get the name for the record? I didn't hear that.
I believe it was Michael Wegner.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. And if possible, if we can just go one item at a time and take action on each item as we go forward, rather than all of it in one.
I move to approve the ordinance, or I offer the ordinance.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
I should have said this at the get-go, so I apologize to the supervisors. This would be the first reading, so there would be a motion to have the ordinance read, waive reading of the ordinance, have it read in title only. And if that passes, then there would be a subsequent motion to advance the ordinance to the December 15th agenda.
So moved.
So two steps.
So I move to read in title only.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if I can get a roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown, is he the?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
And then the title is an ordinance amending Chapter 21, Articles 27 and 68 of the Lake County Code pertaining to commercial cannabis cultivation in proximity to Lake County important farmland.
No.
The It's,
No, that's not the title. It has the actual ordinance not been presented today to the public and to the board?
It is on,
yeah, it's, let me see.
yeah, it was not on the attached. So let me.
Okay, my caution would be is everyone should have actually seen it.
Okay, is it possible for me to just put it on the board since it is a very small ordinance?
Yes.
So let me get to my.
And once you do that, I'd recommend you call once again for public comment.
Yes. And again, my apologies for this situation. Okay, it's coming up. I'm gonna share my screen. And so starts out with whereas, just explaining that we had already gone through the process and that this is to reflect the original intent from the May 2020 ordinance. Section 1, Table B of Sections 27.11 of Chapter 21 of the Lake County Code is hereby amended as to the Section AAA Cannabis Processor License to include the Planned Development Commercial Zoning District to the list of zoning districts in which licensed cannabis processing is generally permitted with a use permit, which is basically what we discussed. And then the next section is to state that this ordinance is exempt from CEQA. And then the following, Section 3, all ordinances or parts of ordinances or resolutions, any resolution in conflict herewith are hereby repealed to the extent of such conflict and no further. And then the fourth one is that the ordinance shall take effect on the specific date, which is most likely 30 days after 12/15 if it goes through second reading. And that is the extent of the ordinance itself. Again, Section 1 is mainly the action being taken to amend Chapter 21 of Article 27.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
If I could also point out, the title clearly states it's to correct an inadvertent omission, so its very limited purpose is there in the title. There is one correction, however, the ordinance won't take effect until 2021.
Correct.
If the second reads on the 15th. So if your board would approve that correction, it would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you for the heads up on that and catching it. So let's go ahead and, any comment from the board before I open it back up to the public? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the Zoom room for potential public comment on item A of 6.3.
All right, I've sent out a Zoom request to the Zoom floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Jennifer Smith.
Hi, yes, we could hear you.
This is a great change, a great catch that this omission had occurred. Is going to allow for a more cohesive industry as well as future opportunities for jobs in the county as we're able to utilize existing buildings in the PDC. So fully supportive of this and excited that this is finally happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the Zoom room? Okay, let's go ahead and close that down, Jake. Any other comments from the public here in the boardroom? Okay, now coming back to the board for action, and we have a title to read this time. And I'm going to share my screen with Johanna so that she does have that to read. And looking for action from the board.
Does she need to read it or do I?
I can read it. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 21 of Article 27 of the Lake County Code to correct the inadvertent omission of cannabis processing licenses in PDC zoning.
If I would have known you were going
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to advance the ordinance to
Wait a minute.
the second reading.
If Anita's going to read it, then I'd like to have the whole ordinance read, not just the title.
Second.
I'm kidding.
I didn't know because I can't see you.
She actually seconded that. That's funny.
And if you can see Anita's eyes right now. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move the second reading to December 15th.
With one correction of the 2021 edition of May. I think that's what, or what Anita
Yes,
had
sir.
stated. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Scott still second?
Yes.
Okay. Johanna, if we can have a roll call on that, please.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon. Sorry. Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Right,
All right.
turn it.
I apologize again for that very messy process. I will make sure next time that everything is conveyed to the public clearly. So we're going to move on to item B, which, let me read what it actually says on the memo: protection of important farmlands. And so let me bring my presentation back up. Okay, so farmland of importance was a huge topic in the creation of the original ordinance for cannabis cultivation. And the interaction between what I will call traditional ag and cannabis is unique and definitely something that we need to keep an eye on. The original regulation that eventually came out of the years of coordination to make the ordinance said the permitting authority may allow outdoor cultivation outside a greenhouse if the prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, and farmland of local importance are isolated areas that are not connected to a large system of such lands. That last part is what made it somewhat difficult to really understand exactly what do we mean by isolated. Isolated was not defined, and what do we mean by connected to a larger system of such lands, because that also was not identified. And so what we were seeing is a lot of different agreements being made of, yes, this is isolated, no, this is not isolated, and it didn't always make sense. It almost seemed like it made a difference of who you talk to versus that everybody had a very black and white idea of what that meant. And so we were getting a lot of confusion from both the applicants and also from staff. What exactly do we do and how do we move forward? And our original thought, we got together, it was Supervisor Brown and myself. We had Lance Williams from the Cannabis Alliance. We had Brenna Sullivan from the Farm Bureau and Steve Hadjic from our Ag Department all come together. And our first thought was we just need to help define isolated areas and large system of such lands. But even in any definition we create, we all know there's still interpretations of the words within the definition. And so all we're doing is going down a rabbit hole, and interpretations will still occur. So we made a decision that we need to draw lines on the map and decide what are the large system of such lands that we want to make sure that we protect, where the rest would be considered isolated and not connected to a large system of such lands. So we decided to create what we're calling the farmland protection zones. And we decided to look at creating new setbacks. And one of the reasons for the setbacks is it didn't make sense that a farmland of such high importance adjacent to a property could have just a 100-foot setback when the idea was to not allow outdoor. Well, 100 feet now you can do outdoor doesn't make sense. It's still going to interact. You're still going to have that interfacing between the two industries. So let's go ahead and start looking at setbacks. And as we continued the conversation, a lot of our highways, a lot of agriculture happens on our highways, and we wanted to make sure to protect our highways, not just for the ag purposes, but also because of the fact that we need to be real. Cannabis has a smell. It has an odor. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. It has an odor. And when we have people traveling through the county, coming to visit the county, or our residents traveling around the county, it would probably be best if we can limit the nuisance of the odor for those traveling around on our highways. So we looked at that as well. In the creation of our farmland protection zones, we identified, again, being a little redundant here, our most important farmland areas of the county. Farmland of importance is based on land use, it's based on soil quality, as well as access to water, and it's all about what land is best for the ultimate production of crops. And this is why farmland of importance is important to protect. Not only do we live in California, where agriculture is absolutely one of the utmost important part of our economy, the world and the country depends on us for this farmland. Our county is no different than the state of California. We are an agricultural county, and we need to make sure and protect our farmland to ensure the longevity of its use. Cannabis at this moment in time, until something happens federally, is still not an ag commodity and therefore not a part of traditional ag. It is agriculture, but it is slightly separate in the sense that it is not seen the same in the market. Cannabis and traditional ag need protections from one another. I'm just going to give you some examples of some of the conversations that I had where, for instance, grapes would be seen as traditional ag. The people who are selling grapes grown in Lake County are being asked to pay to receive a lower price on their grapes just because cannabis is being grown nearby. Whether or not there's science that actually states that this is true, that there is an impact or not, does not matter. The fact is, it is true that economically they are being impacted just for having cannabis in the area. So we're not looking at the science, we're looking at the true impact that is actually happening right here, right now. So on the other side, we know that cannabis is being tested at parts per billions, not parts per millions or anything less than that. And the difference is that cannabis has been set up as a agricultural crop that cannot have certain metals in it, versus if you look at your traditional ag, that would be allowed and approved. And so the two coming close together eventually and this was the original purpose for this farmland of importance paragraph that I read earlier, is to protect the two from ending up in court and from harming both industries. And so our goal was to come together and try to make it possible for both industries to coexist and to have a little bit more of a strict line as to where it can be and where it can't be. So I am going to share another screen here. Oops, I clicked on it, but I'm not sharing it. And I shared the map for the public to see. So as you can see, there are 4 areas. We have the Red Hills AVA down here that has the thick black border around it. We have the Big Valley area right here with the thick black border. We have Scotts Valley right here. And then we have Upper Lake right here. In our conversations, we decided that those were our 4 areas that we would protect, and that within those boundaries, and I'll get to the setbacks later on, and 1,000 feet outside of those boundaries, there will be no outdoor cultivation of cannabis. If you go outside 1,000 feet, then you can cultivate outdoor cannabis, but between 1,000 feet and a mile, you will be requested to place a vegetation screening. Now, we know that vegetation screening, it's going to take some time for it to grow, and being able to protect the industries from one another, it's going to take some time. So it's not, I believe that it would be irrational to believe that we can have people set up the proper height of vegetation on year one. Put the vegetation screening, maintain that screening, and hopefully within a few years we can have the screening that we're looking for, or within a couple of years we can have that. There's a process for that. The screening has to be approved by our ag department. We are suggesting that local vegetation be used, things of the like. Now, as you can see, the color code here, the green and the yellow and the orange, those are also important farmlands. We can't protect it all, and some of it truly is isolated, and so only the ones within the boundaries that I showed you are going to be the farmland protection zones. Anything outside of that, if there is on these important farmlands, which again covers unique farmland, statewide importance farmland, local importance, and also prime farmland, if there is active agriculture, which means the harvesting of crops, the planting of crops, not cattle or grazing lands, but if there's active agriculture happening, then you must be at least 500 feet away from there. And again, between 500 feet and a mile, you would have the vegetation screening. If there's no active agriculture occurring, then it would default to the 100-foot setback, just like we have normally that defaults for our cannabis ordinance. So that is let me go back to my presentation here. Okay, and again, the setbacks can grow outdoor 1,000 feet from farmland protection zone, can grow outdoor 500 feet from farmland of importance outside of farmland protection zone. And if outdoor cultivation is less than 1 mile from farmland protection zone or farmland of importance, required to have vegetation screening. And it's not on here, but it is on the ordinance. The 500 feet for the farmland of importance is only if there's active agriculture that is occurring on that property. Then real quick, we'll go over the highway protections. The original ordinance that we came out of our committee with was that cultivation shall not occur within 1,000 feet from state routes, and cultivation shall not be visible from state routes. I got a lot of phone calls on this one, and I thought long and hard on this one, and so I've given you what the committee came out of committee with. And now I'd like to offer some potential revisions where, for the highways, cultivation shall not occur within 500 feet, so that would reduce it from 1,000 feet to 500 feet. And if cultivation is within 500 to 1,000 feet of state routes, then we look at vegetation screening. But we have such a topographical situation in Lake County that there's no way that every grow cannot be visible from the highway. And so we have to be realistic about visibility. And again, the idea is to reduce odor and nuisance on the highway, and nothing more. And so I would suggest that maybe we look at that revision. And then we had approximately 150 use permits and early activations. And those who have a use permit obviously have put a lot of finances into getting their operations up and running. And those with early activations, though it does come with a risk, have also put in a lot of finances to get their operations up and running. So what I'd like to offer is, again, separating the farmland protection zones. If you had an early activation, I guess I will apologize, but we need you to go and do mixed light, or we need you to do indoor. If you have a use permit, we've already approved you. In my opinion, that should be grandfathered, and I believe that was the conversation we had in our committee. But if it's outside the farmland protection zones and you had an early activation and you're less than 500 feet away from an active farmland importance, then we're going to have to figure out how we can make that work based on the new rules. Sorry. I'm very sorry. If you're less than 500 feet and you've already done an early activation and you've already committed funds to this, that I would like to see us move forward with those early activations and use permits. But if it's just an application and you've never actively grown, then at this point, we go ahead and look at making the changes to match the rules. And the caveat would be that there's been no violations on those early activations based on their activities. So those are the three changes that I'd like to see, but again, looking at the board for discussion.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
Yes,
Crandall.
no, I'm in agreement with these changes. I like that I like the committee's work in putting a lot of changes and taking out things that aren't working for the county. I know that in the process of doing this, it was a lot of different things in place, but at the same time, it was new. And so thank you for the work to the committee and yourself in putting into this to enhance these. There's other counties do it, that are actually doing this or doing it differently too. And so it's good to see that we're going in that direction.
Okay. Anyone else from the board? Supervisor
Just a question.
Scott.
Do we have any idea how many people this would affect if we were to put these new rules into place?
I am not 100% sure. I know that I can put my map back up and also display where all of the applications are and where all the use permits and early activations are. But it's hard to say if it's next to farmland of importance when it's outside the farmland protection zone, if that's active farmland. So no, it's difficult to say an exact number, but I can show you the map if that helps to give you an idea.
Yeah, let me see the map. But
Okay.
yeah, please.
And also on this map, it does not necessarily state if the applications are for indoor or outdoor.
Also, it's in the packet, right? The map is,
What was that?
the map's in the packet, right?
Yes. Yeah, except on the packet, I didn't put the applications. Wasn't sure if that was the appropriate thing to put out there. And it's due to the number of early activations that I'm looking at a potential change of saying, you've already put money into this, we'd love to see you going, especially if we didn't have any violations, or else I see this as being a very arduous change for staff and for us to continue with the trust of the public that we're doing this correctly and not just changing the rules willy-nilly on everyone else.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Okay, any other comment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. There are quite a bit of folks here in the boardroom, so we're going to start here in the boardroom first. And in fact, I'm going to ask if it's possible to hear from the committee members first to get their perspective on the process, what's being offered, and also possibly on the changes that I've just offered. So I'd love to hear from the committee members first if possible.
Steve Hajic, Lake County Commissioner. I think Bruno, you did a great job explaining the predicament and the solutions. So I agree with everything that you've said. I am going to add something about the 1,000-foot border. Recently, there was a potential cannabis grower who wanted to plant still wants to cannabis play right next to a conventional walnut grow. First thing he said was, I want to know what they're spraying. Second thing I want to know is, I'm organic. The thing I want to know is, how do I file a complaint if I get drifted upon? Now, unfortunately, he's right next to non-important ag land. So here's ag land next to not important ag land. The first thing he said, I can just see lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit in the situation. Otherwise, you explained it perfectly as far as everything. So I'm not going to waste more time.
Okay. Thank you very much for being part of the process.
Want me to spray it?
And while we're waiting for Lance to get a clean microphone, I believe Brenna Sullivan was on the Zoom. Jake, if it's possible to unmute her.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Brenna Sullivan with the Lake County Farm Bureau. Supervisor Sabatier did a very good job of explaining both the process within the group that met and some of the reasons behind why these areas were further defined and more clearly defined. I kind of wanted to go a little bit more into the spray drift and wanted to add that these come from federal guidelines that are set by the EPA. They set tolerances. That has not changed since the ordinance went into effect in Lake County, and so the reasons for these protections have not changed either. I do want to say that since the ordinance went into effect, there have been minimal issues in ag land between cannabis and agriculture. We see this same issue play out across the state. We've had a few years to see how other counties have managed cannabis on agricultural land. In places like Santa Barbara County, there have been issues between the industries. In Monterey County, for example, where greenhouse cultivation is required, both industries have coexisted. And, by the way, the Salinas Valley is one of California's most valuable and intensively farmed areas. So providing protections and, most importantly, drawing clear boundaries for greenhouse cultivation makes the same priority for our own agricultural areas, but most importantly, it is mutually beneficial and protective to both industries. A cannabis applicant should have a clear understanding whether their property is suitable before starting the process. The greenhouse exemption language is vague. What defines connected to a network of ag lands and what defines isolated have been interpreted inconsistently. And so there have been projects that have gotten all the way to the request for review stage only to receive opposition to that greenhouse exemption. It's not fair to the applicant, it's not fair to staff, it's not fair to the public, and it opens the door for outdoor cannabis cultivation in places where it could be problematic. We know Lake County has a great opportunity with this emerging cannabis industry. We also have a $100 million agricultural industry that's already established, invested in our community, and both industries should have the opportunity to grow and thrive in parallel, not at the expense of the other. Sound land use policies just like this do benefit both industries. So the proposed language takes the same premise. It does not largely change the amount of land that will require greenhouse cultivation. It only defines it more clearly so that cannabis applicants, the planning staff, and the public can all interpret it easily. We strongly support this update to maintain the protection for both industries and to minimize liability and conflicts associated with normal agricultural practices. And I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sullivan, for being part of the process with us.
Lance Williams, Lake County Cannabis Alliance, and thank you very much. I was very proud to work with the group, and I think everyone worked really well. I'd like to thank Bruno for putting this together. And I think a lot of issues got addressed, and I think that Brenda just kind of outlined them, so did Bruno. And I think it's a good starting place. And I don't think it's perfect, and I don't think everyone's going to be happy, but I'd say 95% seem to be. Talking with and looking at the BarX, it looks like their issues have been addressed. And so it's really good to see some of those, just the fine tuning at this stage. So again, it's really exciting to see something like this happen, because I had a lot of growers asking me, in mid-process, as the Farm Bureau had said, look, we're this far into the process and it's come to a halt because there was some ambiguity there. So I would like to bring up a couple things. My phone's kind of been going off as I sit here for some last minute things. So I guess that again, everything seems to be addressed. I think there is some difficulties here when we are looking at the protected farm zones, and we've already talked about money that has been invested, and I believe, again, I'd use an example, that I think that everything looks to be pretty decent, but when I look at the protected farm zones, there are some grows that are in those farm zones that are still waiting on their MUPs. And one would be Rancho de la Fuente. So I wanted to see, again, putting it out there, if, again, under early activation, if someone had been early activated and had not had any citations, that maybe those ones could also go through. I think that's the most important thing to me. I remember being in this since 2016, and we had meetings at Rancho de la Fuente. And that was the time when the ag zones, you were supposed to be in letter A. So going from there, I think we're going to have some people speak to that. And one thing that looks like that I believe that a lot of Bobby Dutcher's comments have been addressed. He is still wanting to make sure that we do have this in here. Active farmland needs to have a true definition. I think there is a little bit of fear that that could come up again, as someone could define it a different way. So I think as long as that's covered, I think we're looking pretty good. And I think this will help out the county. And I'm really I'm really thankful that this is coming about, because there were complaints and there were problems. And again, hopefully this will deal with that. And I might ask to come up one more time if some people in the Zoom meeting have problems getting through. But again, thank you. And hopefully this will solve a lot of problems that were out there. Lance Williams.
Okay. And just to also elaborate on that, we had both sides happening, where people were denied to cultivate when most likely they should have been allowed, and people were allowed when most likely they should have been denied. So this is part of the reason as to why we're here, to help clarify and not, we need predictability when somebody approaches a counter, and it was a very unpredictable situation when it came to farmland. And so unless there's any other comment from our other committee members, Supervisor Brown or Scott DeLeon?
I have nothing at this point, although, I was trying to hone in on what Lance was talking about some of the issues with the use permits. And I don't know that that's part of what this discussion is right now. Maybe there's another. Is it relevant to the farmland?
I think it's relevant to the impact to those who have already begun the process.
Oh, okay. As far as those that have already begun the process, but you've addressed that. So, in your changes.
And one change that Mr. Williams was looking for was to also allow early activations within the protected zone to continue as well.
Right, and that's where it crosses the line into a different discussion, maybe.
Okay. Director DeLeon, anything from you before we go ahead and open it up to the rest of the public?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, the boardroom here is somewhat filled with folks, so let's go ahead and get started here in the boardroom first.
Hi, my name is Mike Mitzel, and I'm glad to see the not visible from Highway 29 go away. I think that was a little extensive. The 1,000-foot buffer being changed to 500 is definitely better. I would like to see no buffer on that. I think that, like, with everything that's happening federally, cannabis will be in that classification of agriculture soon. And like your argument about the impact from smell and everything that goes along with that, I feel like we just went through this with hemp and we chose to not put any buffers on anything, and we just totally ignored the smell and allowed it right on all the roads and went through these hearings and still ended up with pretty much no buffers from hemp 100 foot, which, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of backwards to say that cannabis needs them because of the smell, but hemp doesn't. But I'm still happy with the 500. I think it's a lot more reasonable. I don't have a problem with the screening. So, I mean, it's better than the 1,000, and it's not terrible. The prime farmland thing, inside those protected zones, I totally understand that. I feel like it has helped keep the traditional agriculture and cannabis kind of like not from butting heads too much. I have a property inside one of those zones that I've jumped through all the hoops to do the greenhouse on. So I don't really have a problem with that. The ones outside of those zones, just the isolated areas, I'm a little confused on if you have like 1,000-acre property and you have 20 acres of designated farmland on that property, is the buffer from the whole property or is it only from the isolated land? And what you passed out online, it kind of reads to me like the whole property would have that 500-foot buffer around it, which I think is a little extensive. Even if it was from actual agriculture on a property, so like say you have a property that's big, it has a small area that's designated local importance, and then you have vines outside of that area, why does it need to be from the property line and not from the actual agriculture? And so if I don't know, it's not very clear to me exactly where the buffer starts and why it would need to be from the property line and not from where the actual farming is occurring on that property. So I'd like to see that cleared up a little bit. And like I was saying earlier, with the passage of that MORE Act, it's not long before cannabis is federally legalized. And with what the political state of our country right now, it's like almost a certainty in the next 2 years. So I just would hate to like go and hide cannabis again out in the sticks and take it away from the public when that was kind of the whole point of this ordinance, was to bring it in and make it into like a economic boom for the county and have where we are having ag tourism for cannabis. Like that is going to be a thing in Lake County. So I don't really see why we're pushing it off of all the roads, but that's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Bruno?
Yes.
So, I think a lot of these ordinances that we've done are under that assumption that it is going to be federally legal, and it is legal now. So I'm not sure what your argument is. There's still ordinances in place for legal crops. In fact, this buffer screening that we're asking for, or that's being recommended in this ordinance, is not unique to this. It's been asked for before whenever you have organic next to non-organic, or anytime there's some kind of a spray drift issue. We've required this before. We had this discussion over the pear orchards between the pear orchards in Upper Lake and the gas station there. So it's not, no matter what they do federally, this could still be a requirement for cannabis. So it's not, nobody's being picked on.
Oh, well, I'm just saying we didn't do it for hemp though, right? We had this whole thing and we
Well,
allowed
okay, but
hemp.
we're not having the discussion for hemp right now. So if you want to have that put back on the agenda, then, we can talk about that. So it's,
I don't. I just am
Okay.
saying that we didn't really treat it the same. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Real quick, Ms. Hutchinson, are we keeping track of public comment time?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make
It's
sure.
just about to the end of his 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Any other public comment? And hold on, we have a mic cleanup. Thank you, Sam.
Good morning, Board. Mary Jane Montana. thank you for the revisions that you made to what was originally published. It makes a lot more sense now. My concern was that visible from the highway was way too subject to interpretation and was just kind of an arbitrary thing. So thank you for that. Going to those where it does apply and doesn't apply, where they are in the application process, just leaning on something that we already have in place. If a building code changes and you know when the date change is going to be, if you submit your application prior to that, you go in by the old rules. That's in place statewide. So perhaps what Lance suggested, it would be kind of a in between, that if somebody is already allowed early activation and that they had no citations or complaints, or valid complaints, I should say, that they also be included in those applications that would not be subject to this new set of rules that's going to be going into effect. They went in, they submitted, they had financial investment in the project already, they had their early activation, and are just waiting in line, and the fact that they're waiting is not the fault of the applicant, it's the county's burden because we've got so many applications and so few staff. So it's something to look at, that they've already relied upon that for their early activation and made steps to go to the next step, so perhaps they could be included in those that would be grandfathered in.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment? And the easiest way is don't touch the microphone, don't touch the stand, and then we don't have to do any cleaning.
All right.
Well, apparently we do, because she didn't touch it.
I tried.
No. Let's not take chances. How's that lift? That's too much. Okay.
It'll pick you up wherever it is.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, sanitized and not touching anything.
We're ready to go.
My comments, and this is Michael Wegner, my comments are really relevant to kind of the redundancy that I think we're hearing a lot about. People who have already gone through the application process, have already got their early activation, they're reliant on that, so they've invested a lot of money and time. And so I think keeping that in mind with all of this is really an important aspect to it. From there, the clarity and the changes that you guys are making, I think absolutely make sense and are important. But with thinking about what Mr. Brown had said about the organics and the non-organics and the walnuts and so on and so forth, I'm just wondering if some of this stuff is a little bit redundant or if those rules could simply be applied to this new industry. And I don't know, Mr. Brown could probably answer that better. Mr. Brown, would you?
In most cases, those aren't rules that are automatic. They're adjusted based on the application for that particular property.
Okay, and so
It's a requirement of a use permit in some cases, and the one I mentioned earlier was as a result of the use permit for the gas station to go in.
Right, and so I'm just wondering if that could be used as opposed to creating something new. Could we just utilize that in existence to mitigate any type of issue between the two industries? Other than that, that's pretty much everything that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only, probably not, because whatever's there today may not be there next year. It's not, you could have cannabis on one property and cannabis on the other. It wouldn't make any sense to have screening between the two of them.
Right.
So.
Next.
Your safety details. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cody Price. I'm actually a worker that has migrated here to Lake County from Southern California due to a lot of the work that you guys have done here in this room, and I really applaud what you guys are doing and really paying attention to what's going to work and what isn't to create more jobs and provide, in these terrible times, my family has benefited from the fact that these types of regs have been put in place to protect the cannabis industry. So I've got 5 mouths to feed, and I'm an example of some of the workers that are coming up here, and I actually am a compliance professional, trying to make sure that the farmers that are out here doing good work continue to do it and follow the regs. And so I really appreciate my job, and I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing to provide more jobs to the economy. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comment? You didn't want to wait for you, Sam.
Lance Williams. I think it is something that's very important. In our group discussion, we talked about ag to ag, and I think there was a very good point brought up. Has that been really figured out, or have we really come to a conclusion on that 500-foot buffer from, property line or ag to ag? Because again, that 500 feet, if it is from a property line and there's 150 or 200 acres, it could be really quite ugly. And that could be a situation where we're trying to overprotect, and I don't want to see someone looking at like a 3,000 foot distance, because the way I look at it, I think a lot of people get through this and everyone seems to be relatively happy. But when we start talking about, is it property line to your grow, or I think that really does change. So I think that if there's a way to make sure that that is really solidified today, I think that would be very important. So, any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry.
The question is, the buffer of 500 feet, is it from where there's currently active ag happening, or is it from the property line of where that ag is happening?
Okay, so it's my understanding that it's from where the grow site is.
That's my understanding too, but
Yeah,
when we
it wouldn't
leave
make
here,
any difference where their crop was. They have the ability to grow a crop right up to their property line. It's assuming that they are, as far as the neighbor. So it's wherever the grow site is. If you're, I know it was an extreme, unlikely, well, I guess it is likely, but it's an extreme example that he gave of 1,000 acres where there's only 20 being planted. If that 20 acres is at one side, there's no point in having a buffer right at the property line at the other end of the 1,000 acres. So
and I agree. I mean,
there's no point in having a buffer at all if you're going to have that much land, or no screening.
Yeah, so what you're saying though is that it would be from, let's say, orchard to the cannabis site, and that's something.
No, I'm saying just the opposite.
You're saying the opposite.
From the cannabis site to wherever.
Okay, so on my property, I have Gallo, the largest wine industry, as my neighbor. On one of their parcels, it's 160 acres. They have 10 acres. That is at the very far side. So in other words, I am looking at about a 4,000 foot range. And so I would be forced under that definition to actually put up trees at something that's almost close to a mile because of the hills and the terrain there. So that's what I'm saying.
Not by the definition that I just gave. You wouldn't.
Well, again, that's what I'm saying is that we would really have to, again, I want to see one thing. Again, maybe we're just missing it here. But
So
again,
we need to have it, I'm a visual person. I want to see a map. I want to see it. I want to see an example of a parcel. You have a grow site here. You have the buffer from the grow site to wherever. If you're still within your property line, then that's that.
Okay. And so if we again looked at this square that I think you can see in front of me, their grow is here, my grow.
The public can't see it.
Okay.
I want the public to be able to see it.
I don't have a pen and paper, but I could draw it out and stuff. But I think that, I think we're kind of getting to the point that we really need to define this, because a part of this whole group discussion was really to make sure that nothing was really up for someone defining it a certain way. And I think that's the last thing we want to get into. And that was the whole point, that sometimes someone would look at the ordinance and say, this is how I interpret it. And I think that we have to really get away from that. And when we look at other counties and other areas that are doing their cannabis, they have a 600-foot, 1,000-foot buffer, and you look at it and you go, that's that. When the map was being designed for the GIS, it was very specific that it was the 1,000 feet. I could read it and see it, but I really want to make sure that we don't walk away and then we're back in a situation like this.
Well, and I also, I'll readily admit, when I first started this, my statement was my understanding. I'm not assuming my understanding is the same as everyone else's. So
sure. So I think that's before we leave here, we must figure that out. Thank you.
Well, before we adopt anything, if we're not going to, there's a chance we may not get to it today. There may be some unaffected.
That is true. That is true.
Were you afraid you weren't going to leave?
No, the motor's running, dude. You better hurry.
Okay, any other comments from the public in the boardroom before we open it up in the Zoom room? All right, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room for comments.
Yes, I did have.
And actually, but before that happens, Ms. Sullivan, I have a question for you. Do we have in the county and also this goes for the Ag Commissioner as well, do we have a definition of active agriculture? Because I know that, for instance, if you want to get an ag exempt building, you must be actively engaged in agriculture in order to be allowed a building, or else we would have buildings erected in places where there's no ag at all happening, and we can't do anything about that. So do we have a definition that we can already go by?
CPH Lake County Ag Commissioner. Not really, but the most obvious one to us in the Ag Department would be if you have a permit to spray pesticides, not restricted, just a permit to spray pesticides, that would indicate an inactive, because even organic people spray pesticides. Yeah. So that'd be my best definition of active. Monetary is kind of for grapes it's easy, for pears it's easy, but for walnuts it's a whole lot tougher if you have 5 acres of dry land and your gross for years $1,000. So monetary-wise, it'd be kind of tough to do. That's my thoughts.
I appreciate your response.
So we can't lose sight of the fact that no matter if there's a screen there or not, you can't influence your neighbor's crop. You can't spray across the property line. You gotta, the one using the sprays has to be the one using the precaution, not the neighbor has to protect against you. And that's, we always have to be mindful of that with this, any screening we do, any buffers we do, we're talking about smell, but there are other things that we're trying to protect
correct
from. And, we already have that in place. You cannot have drift that influences your, and it's not just sprays, but, dust and, things like that could harm the neighbor's crops. So that's already in there. Correct, Steve? Yeah.
Yes. So Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room for any public comments on this item.
Yes, I will send an unmute request to the Zoom floor. That request is out. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Brenna Sullivan, Lake County Farm Bureau. I just wanted to pop on and agree with Steve. That's kind of what I was thinking as well, is owners of spray permits. We were asked to define agriculture for kind of a separate fire issue, and that is along the lines of what where we were headed with that, and that gets to the point. And I do agree with Supervisor Brown. Spray drift is illegal. We have laws and regulations in place to that purpose. Of course, when we're talking about cannabis, we're talking about trace amounts when you're testing down to parts per billion that are not consistent with, other regulations on the agricultural landscape. So it does warrant a bit of extra protection in that regard.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment?
Yes, actually, I do have, if I may, a question for Anita from Daniel Sunram. He's asking if he would be allowed to make a comment.
He's part of the public.
All right.
I'll let Ms. Granite respond to that.
I'm a little confused as to why I'm being asked, as long as it relates to the item on the agenda.
He is the chair for the Planning Commission.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I apologize for not knowing that. If he's not speaking for the Planning Commission, yes, it's perfectly appropriate. If he is speaking for the Planning Commission, I'm assuming he has the authority to do so. So yes, he can comment.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Daniel Senram. And I just had some comments. I appreciate Bruno certainly explaining all the reasons that went into and all the work by the whole group that went into putting this together. I just have a few concerns as a member of the public. Part of it is with the early activation permits and the fact that I don't think that they get inspected. So how do we know how in compliance they have been? Are we just making the assumption that they have all been in compliance because none of the neighbors have complained or whatnot? So as far as letting those be grandfathered in or continue being out of compliance, that's a concern I have. And then I'm also wondering why Highway 175 was left out of keeping, out of the scenic area of the county. I noticed you guys mentioned 20, 29, and 53, but there was no mention of Highway 175. I think those are about my only comments.
Okay. Just to respond to that, as far as I'm concerned, there were some inspections of early activations. I think Director DeLeon could respond better on that. I know that maybe some of those inspections were due to complaints versus the actual inspection process. So I'll let Director DeLeon again elaborate on that. As far as Highway 175 not being on there, we were looking at our most traveled highways that would be bringing people between 101 and I-5, as well as helping them navigate through our county. And 175 is a little bit more of a elusive highway in our in the network. But that's me making assumptions as well as giving you my opinion on why that was the case. And I appreciate your comments.
So Bruno, just so the public knows here, no matter what happens today, this is a long ways to go before it gets to any approval. So go to the Planning Commission. There's still going to be more public input at that time, right?
I don't know that this needs to go to the Planning Commission unless we choose to do so. Because this is more of a, this doesn't create more land use, it clarifies.
So the only thing that you want to send to them is to review increase of density in PDC, so that's the only thing, okay.
Unless you feel otherwise.
I do, I guess I do, and this is a big influence over what we currently have. Big change, I think. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad change. I think the change is probably warranted, but I think it's big enough when you're affecting that many parcels, literally hundreds, maybe thousands of parcels. It probably should go through that planning process just for that input. Maybe I only feel that way, I'm the only one that feels that way, but I think it's a pretty big deal. So.
I definitely think it's not a simple fix.
No, I don't think it's a simple fix, but I think it's a needed fix. But I also think that the early activation, that's a separate issue altogether. I think that's just my opinion, it's a disaster. We should have learned from that lesson and just ditched that altogether. That's my opinion. The use permits, that's one thing. We need to, as Mary Jane said, we do that, and there are things that we do to, get things moving. And the other thing that we've got a lot of people that have spent a lot of money on property with the assumption that they can operate whatever industry on that property as it was when they bought it. This could change that, and I think there's some input that's needed in that regard. I don't think the public has had an opportunity really to absorb what the impacts of that is on their property. So yeah, I'm thinking that this is something that's big enough that it should go through that public review process that is allowed by through the planning department or planning commission.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. Any further public comments in the Zoom room?
Yes, I do have a hand raised from Jessica Paiska.
Hi, I'm Jessica Paiska with the Cawberry Council, and I'm following up on Daniel Sunderum's comments about Highway 175 and also the addition of Bottle Rock Road to this corridor. The Cawberry Council has spent the last year working on an economic development strategy for the area that includes increasing tourism to our local resorts. And 2 of the local resorts are on Bottle Rock Road. One of them is on Highway 175. And that has been a topic of discussion over the last several months on having some kind of buffer from cannabis grows along those corridors so that it doesn't affect our tourism. So if we could get those 2 highways or those 2 roadways added, we would really appreciate that, and I'd like to include that in our plan as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I add to that? Thanks, Jessica, for that, because it just reminded me of something else that, if we're talking about you mentioned earlier the Red Hills AVA. The entire Red Hills AVA is affected by it. Red Hills AVA actually crosses Bottle Rock Road in some areas. So it would make sense that if you're going to do that would include 175 and Bottle Rock. I hadn't thought about Bottle Rock. I always try to avoid anything in that area because that's where my property is. But I'm not influenced by this one way or the other. But 175 sure is, and Bottle Rock is. So that's another part of this thing that's coming up as we go that I think is kind of a big deal. So.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. Any other public comment from the Zoom room?
We haven't yet unmuted the entire floor, so I would like to do so now. I have sent out a unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
This is Brenna Sullivan with the Lake County Farm Bureau again. I'm sorry for popping on again. I did want to clarify because I've received a lot of questions on this. Supervisor Sabatier said the entire Red Hills AVA. That's not my understanding of the Farmland Protection Zone. My understanding was that it covered part of the Red Hills AVA for various reasons, one of them being, the most important reason being that the entire Red Hills AVA was not protected under the previous ordinance language because the previous ordinance language was top 4 farmland categories, and that only applied to active vineyards in the AVAs that were already in the Red Hills AVA that were already developed. And as a consequence of that, we had a number of cannabis applications and permits go in throughout the Red Hills AVA, especially the backside. And so in drawing out that area, it was going to be difficult given the pending applications and the already established applications. So I do want to have Supervisor Sabatier clarify that it was only a portion of the Red Hills AVA, not the entire AVA. Obviously, it's a very, very important wine grape growing region. It's one of the highest value agricultural regions in Lake County. So that is going to be an area where people are going to have a lot of input on. The one thing that I would see if is a possibility, given that the farmland protection areas really were drawn around areas that are already requiring greenhouse cultivation. These are areas that already have the top 4 farmland categories. This will not be adding or subtracting any significant amount of land in those farmland protection areas. I wonder if it's possible to parse out the farmland protection zones from the buffer and highway buffer conversation, or does everything have to go at once? Thank you.
I appreciate that comment. I think we can make a lot of different things possible. We'll just have to make sure and go through Ms. Grant to make sure that it is legal. Any other public comment from the Zoom room?
I've sent out one more request to the Zoom floor for an unmute. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Well, this is Brock Zoller. I just would like to express my support for what you're doing, and I agree with Brenna that the protection of important farmland perhaps should be separated out and discussed as finalized. I like the fact that the committee has been able to compromise on some issues and make some progress, so this would be a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's check again, Jake, and see if anyone else has a comment.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go for it. Please provide your name.
I'm Diane Henderson. I'm a 5th generation Lake County farm owner. And I feel that the work of this committee should be rewarded by passing the amendment. It provides important clarification to the cannabis ordinance, and it's done in the interest of providing harmony among all farmers in ag-intensive areas of the county. I like the idea of separating out the areas of important interest here from the other parts. Otherwise, this will never get resolved. The discussion could go on for months.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the Zoom room?
Hi, my name is Colleen Wrench. I'm a grape and walnut farmer in Upper Lake, and I am prospectively being impacted on 2 sides of my property by prospective cannabis growers. And we've been farming on the property for 60 years, and I'm in support of the setbacks and the new revisions to the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Jake, have you opened up the room entirely?
Yes, well, I still have, I've sent out another unmute request just to be sure.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and close that up and bring that back to the board for further discussion and action. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, so did you want it to, are we going to add the, is it Highway 175 and the Red Hills, or was that something that Supervisor Brown wanted to discuss further or have Planning Commission discuss further? I just wanted to get clarification.
So, okay, I can clarify that. So I'm good either way. Just like, again, I started off by saying I think it's of importance enough to go to Planning Commission. If the rest of the board doesn't, I support it as it is. I can go with it. But I do think for the purposes of clarification and the least amount of confusion, when we say it includes the entire Red Hills AVA, that automatically includes most of 170, or a lot of 175, and a lot of Bottle Rock. We have, even though she's not sworn in yet, she's, the supervisor-elect. I think she's representing her constituency well by asking that the entirety of 175 and Bottle Rock Road be included in it, and I think we should, unless there's good reason to not respect that, I think we should. They're both heavily traveled. They're not as heavily traveled as Highway 29 or Highway 20, but they are heavily traveled, and she's aware of that, I'm aware of that, and so I don't think there would be a problem with including those unless there's some good reason not to.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen one more time, because I believe we started the new zone off of 175. So let me bring this back up. Let's get rid of this. Am I mistaken that this is 175 right here? And I think this is also 175, and then comes down this way.
Yeah.
So it looks like a little piece of it is missing, but that would be 1,000 feet off of 175, which means that it's 500 feet, sorry. If we change it to 500 feet, then you would have the buffer of 500 feet right off of 175. Then this section right here is left unprotected because of the active farmland that is actually occurring here. This is not farmland in this area that's being currently used.
Where are you talking about?
So this is off Highway 29 and 175. That's the intersection right here where my cursor is. And then 175 follows this line.
Okay, so 175 Hopland and 175 Cobb are two different things. So I think she's referring to 175 Cobb.
Yeah,
So
and that's the one I'm talking about, because I'm looking at the AVA Red Hills.
Yeah.
And so this section of 175 that drops right here is unprotected at this moment in time because of the fact that we followed the active maps of where agriculture currently is actively engaged.
Okay, and that white is where that is. The map's pretty small, so I'm generally seeing what you're talking about, but.
So this is what I'd like to suggest. I think that there's a lot of questions that are definitely still unsure of the situation. I think that our main goal when we met together as a group was the farmland protection zone.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see that move forward, and the rest that deals with other farmland of importance that's outside of these farmland protection zones and deals with the highways, that goes to the Planning Commission for a larger discussion. That way we can help our staff on how to protect what we think are the highly protected areas that we need to make sure and watch for.
Makes sense.
And that way we don't allow time to keep going where more applications and more activity can possibly be engaged with cannabis in a way that we're not, that was not the original intent of the board.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's still open for that, so for those larger issues, yeah.
And so if that is in agreement, I'm looking, sorry, I need to get off my share now. It's a little confusing. Looking at Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Crandall for their feedback on that potential idea.
I'm good with the idea.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, moving in that direction.
Okay. And so at this point, there was a conversation or a concern brought up about early activation in those protected zones. I think that would be the only thing that we need to decide yes or decide no to grandfather those. Use permits, I think we just have to. I don't think there's a question about that. But as far as the early activations, that's the last thing that I heard from the public to discuss, and maybe also send that to the Planning Commission to make a decision. I'm not sure if that's possible to do an overlay of that.
Well, I know, Chair, you made a comment about the fact that, early activation, they may not have made payments to the county, but they may have already, put money into their land and start investing. So I would like to see that early activation also be grandfathered in.
I think grandfathered in is a very dangerous term for that. I think you need to be very careful with that. I think we need to seek Anita's advice on that, on how to word that, where we're protected. We not only do we have to protect the rights of those people, we have to protect the rights of others as well, the people in the neighboring areas and the future of the county. So grandfathering in early activation, I think it's
Can we put a date on it? They have to have.
You can put a date on, yeah, then you wouldn't refer to it as grandfathering. I think that's reasonable, but I think Anita, I would like to hear what Anita suggests about that.
Ms. Grant?
Yes, thank you. I think that early activation was originally designed as a solution to what was expected to be a temporary problem. So without doing some research, I can't tell you that grandfathering would truly be appropriate in this case. Certainly you could set a date if that's what your board wants to consider. That would likely be preferable over the use of grandfathering, since that has legal connotations that may not be applicable here. I can't say with certainty without reviewing it, which I'm happy to do, but that I won't feel comfortable speaking off the top of my head about that.
Okay. I have another question for you, Ms. Grant. With the idea now that we might be sending a portion of this to the Planning Commission, will that need to come back to us at a later time where there's an actual agenda item with the intent to send it to the Planning Commission, or could we directly do that here with the agenda item as it's written?
Well, oftentimes you'll do a resolution of intention for something like that. I don't know if community development staff is on the line where they may be able to speak to the process of the Planning Commission. But certainly your board's evincing, or you can by motion evince your intent, that the Planning Commission considers certain elements of this draft ordinance. If the Planning Commission would be likely to accept that in lieu of a resolution of intention, you can go forward today. If not, you can make that statement and simply approve a more formalized resolution of intention on the 15th. It shouldn't delay things unduly given the Planning Commission's remaining meetings this month.
Okay. And so I'm thinking that even the impact to early activation and things like that should all go to the Planning Commission for them to get back to us on their thoughts. And again, looking to move forward with the farmland protection zone, because again, I think that was our priority. And it seems that there's agreement on that, and then we can let the Planning Commission help us out with the other details.
If your board would like, I can prepare a resolution of intention for the 15th.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, I'm sure Scott's listening and all that, but I think rather than, us sending something to the Planning Commission, I think, it's probably doesn't need to be said, but I'm going to say it anyway, that staff needs to come up with a recommendation to Planning Commission for, they're the ones that are dealing with this early activation. They're the ones that see the issues and the problems. And like Anita said, the early activation was created to resolve a problem of that time. Sometimes the solution to a problem creates its own set of problems, and that's what early activation now is doing. And so I think staff, probably needs to take something to the Planning Commission, a recommendation on that, or bring back to us, whatever. But I think that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how I feel about it too. So that works out. I'll let the board make that decision and take the action they feel is appropriate.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes.
I'm willing to go forward with what you recommended.
So basically, moving forward with the ordinance and pulling out the highway setbacks and all other pertinent changes outside of the farmland protection zones and looking to get a resolution created for next week.
Yes, sir.
Is that appropriate, Ms. Grant?
That's fine, sir.
Okay. And is that your motion, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, if that's appropriate, Ms. Grant.
It covers it. Yes, sir.
And I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. And Johanna, if I can please have a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. All right, thank you very much. Does anybody need a 5-minute break, or should we go ahead and finish? Okay, it looks like we need a 5-minute break, so it's 11 a.m. Let's go ahead and come back at 11:06. It's now 11:01, so let's come back at 11:06. Thank you, everybody. All right, so it's 11:07. Let's go ahead and continue our meeting. I've been requested, instead of going to item 6.3C, we're going to jump real quick to item 6.5, I believe it is. Yes, and get an update from Dr. Pace. And so Dr. Pace, if you are here, I know I saw Sarah jump on. There you are.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got a meeting with the testing task force at 12:30, so I appreciate you helping me get on the schedule here. So good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Mr. Vice Chair and supervisors. This is the COVID update, and basically, we are at over 1,000 total cases since the beginning of the pandemic. We're at 1,092 was the last count. We went up over 1,000 last week. We've got 11 people in the hospital now, and 21 people have passed away. Sarah will show actually, Sarah, why don't you go ahead and show the data now. I mean, basically, we're in a significant surge, both locally and around the state, and Sarah can show you the specific data, and then I'll come back and pick up from there. So thank you.
And Jake, if you have not made Sarah able to share her screen, can we make sure that that's possible?
Yeah, she should be good to go.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. Okay, I'm going to give you a quick update. First, we're going to start by looking at cases in California, and then we'll look at trends and cases in Lake County. So these data were updated yesterday by the state, and you can see that we have almost 1.4 million cases in the state. And this dark blue line is the line that everyone is paying attention to and really concerned about. So this is the 14-day average of new cases that you can see has started to increase since late October to early November, to a high of about 18,000 new cases per day in California. Next to this, and you can see now a couple weeks ago, we were bumping up against our peak from the summer, and now we've well exceeded that. On the right, we're looking at COVID hospitalized patients in the state of California. And at the state level, they expect about 12% of cases, or they've seen that about 12% of cases become hospitalized a couple weeks later. So that's what you see here on the right, is that 14-day average of COVID hospitalized patients. And you can see that it's lagging behind about by 2 weeks, the increase in new cases. So we really started to see that take off middle to late October. So now we have currently about 11,000 COVID patients hospitalized in the state of California. So the slope of these curves are what is really alarming Here I'm showing that same exact graph here, but then next to it are showing you at the state level the number of COVID deaths, and again, which also lags from first known infection. So here we see the increase in the total number of deaths due to COVID, almost 20,000 in the state of California. We'll hit 20,000 probably today. And this is the indicator everyone's really worried about and paying attention to, and is what the new stay-at-home order that came about, was that last week. So there are about 1,700 ICU beds available in the state of California. You can see how it's been declining since about mid-October. Here I'm showing you the latest state data, the regional ICU capacity. That is the metric. So just as a reminder, when a region, the regions are listed here, goes below 15% remaining ICU capacity, that's what sets off the new stay-at-home order. You can see that Southern California and San Joaquin Valley are already under that order. We're in this Northern California region, which was about 28% yesterday. The new number will be released at noon today. It's dropped a few percentage points since yesterday. So here in Lake County, we have, as of just a few minutes ago, 1,131 cases. We have 158 active cases. This is the most we've seen by far in Lake County since the beginning of the pandemic. So about 160 people with known active infection right now. 952 recovered, and as Dr. Pace shared, 21 deaths. We've seen a 16% increase in cases just in the last 7 days, and a 37% increase in cases from about 2.5 weeks ago. And I was just looking at the geography of it, and from a week ago to today have seen increases in the number of cases in nearly every zip code in the county. So we have, it's definitely community-wide new cases, active infection. Just again, to speak to some of the steep curve we're seeing here in Lake County, here are the number of new cases by month. So
Sarah, can you hold on 1 second, please? Because there's a box that we're seeing on this screen, and I didn't even see what the title of that last screen was because of that box that's on here.
And I believe that would be, Jake, if we can get rid of the remote assistance window.
Is there someone down there somewhere down there that could grab that mouse for me?
Sorry about that. I'm just trying to follow, and I'm not sure what it is I'm following.
And then Jake, if it's possible to go to the view options and on the top. No, that works.
No, the box right there, Sam, right there where the arrow is right there. It's in the way of the title. Yeah, that one.
There you go.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Did you guys get it moved? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. Should I go back a couple slides or just pick up from here?
No, that's fine. From right here, I guess is good.
We're good.
Okay, great. So here we see the number of new cases by month with over 300 cases in November, and this is what we're seeing to date in December as of this morning. And here's the number of new cases by week. Just briefly want to highlight a few things here. So this week of November 22nd to the 28th, this week is what makes up our new tier assignment that should come out today. In Lake County, if we have more than 43 cases, that puts us in the purple tier. So we'll have another tier assignment of purple or widespread today. And then you can see in gray, these numbers will change as we receive more electronic lab reporting. But for last week, we're already seeing over 100 cases. And I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly. This is the lag data that makes up our tier assignment today. But while Lake County is here in the green line, while significantly lower than the state daily case rate and the Northern California region, we're seeing about the same sort of rapid increase. So this increased about 300% from about 5 per 100,000 to, now my graph is cut off, to almost 20 per 100,000 in the month of November.
What is Rancho again?
It's the region of Northern California Health Officers. I don't know what the A stands for, I forget. Rural Association of Northern California Health Officers.
Okay.
So I highlighted that because that's right, our regional, how the state has determined our regional health system, our ICU metrics. So tracking their rate as well can help us think about what we can expect for our regional ICU capacity. Here, just briefly, the testing positivity in Lake County has gone up significantly in the last month. So that's shown by the orange line here. So it was at about 2% at the beginning of November, and it's at its highest point since the pandemic began at about 8.4%, which is exactly the state 7-day average, and Lake County has always been below that. These blue bars are testing, the rate of testing. So you can see that testing has gone up significantly during this time, similar to the state. And a few things I just wanted to highlight. What we're seeing locally is that we're looking here at cases in purple compared to the county population in this lighter blue. We see that 28% of cases in Lake County are between the ages of 20 to 34, yet they make up only half or 14% of the population. Additionally, what I've been watching is that we've seen, along with the geography with new infections throughout the county, also seeing, like some other communities, a decrease in Latino cases and an increase in white non-Hispanic cases and Native American cases. And we've seen that over about the last month in Lake County. Latino cases made up about 50% of cases prior to November, and now they're about 42% of cases. And this is just my last slide with, 160 known active infections right now. And throughout the community, I think that the settings where transmission is happening, everything that we can do as individuals and as a community to try to prevent new infections is really critical right now. We're seeing spread in community settings. We're seeing spread in congregate living settings, which public health is working hard to prevent and control. We're seeing spread to a smaller degree in workplaces, and then of course within households. So that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So as you can see, the situation is very concerning. And part of what you see from this is that when the positivity rate goes up, there's a little bit of a lag time before the case rate goes up, and there's a lag time before the hospitalizations and people passing away goes up. So, and our test positivity rate continues to rise and continues to be very high. So that's worrisome as the wave kind of moves down the next couple of weeks. And I think a lot of what we're seeing now is the post-Thanksgiving rise that we were concerned about, and we're seeing that all over the state as well. So at this point, we are in the purple tier. We've been in a little over a week, and we are not in the stay-at-home order. About 85% of the state is in this stay-at-home order, which is a lot like what it was back in April or May under that. There's no outdoor dining allowed, no gatherings outdoors, things like that. But in the, Sarah was showing that Rancho configuration of the Northern California counties, which we're part of, which includes Mendocino, Humboldt, Del Norte, Trinity, Tehama, a couple more. It does not, Napa and Sonoma and Solano are in the Bay Area counties. So when the region goes into 15% ICU availability, that's when the state is saying that they will start us on the stay-at-home orders. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if at some point the state just makes a statewide declaration that everybody's going to be under it. But at this point, they've not been saying that at this point. So, you know, our ICU rate has been reasonably stable over the last week or so. It's traveled between like 21 and 23, I think, and 28%, something like that. It's kind of moving back and forth. So a week or so ago, we were at about 16% before they even put this thing into effect. And so the concern was we were going to move into it in about within the week or two. Now it's looking a little more reassuring, although the numbers continue to rise for us in the area and in the region. So we'll just see how it goes. What we're seeing around the county is outbreaks in a bunch of different places. Actually, the jail, which is what we've been working with for probably a month, maybe a little more, that's quite stable now. I believe the total number of cases of inmates there that tested positive was something like 28, and a couple staff. Those folks have all completed their quarantine and isolation, and so they're back to more normal activity. There have been no new cases recently. The jail staff is testing people at intake, and we're also kind of monitoring regularly throughout the time there. But I think really quick action on the part of the jail medical staff and the jail custody staff has kind of stopped this outbreak, and I feel like we're very fortunate for that. There's been an outbreak in one of the tribal communities that's quite significant at this point. It's probably more than 80 cases. It's very worrisome. There's been 3 hospitalizations. Nobody's passed away from this yet, but it's a very vulnerable population, and we're very concerned about this. Again, we're trying to do testing, pretty aggressive testing, and then trying to encourage people to stay home and not be mixing and not be doing community activities and moving amongst the houses. And so we're working with tribal health, we're working with the tribes, we're working with the state, and trying to contain this as best we can. The different nursing homes are having a few small events, but there's no big outbreaks at this point. The schools there's multiple, again, small little clusters that are happening in the schools, but no major outbreaks at this point. Several of the businesses in the community we're seeing the same thing, where a case or two pops up, but as they have been cooperative in terms of helping us connect with the contacts and shutting down when necessary so that it can be disinfected. So we're just, there's just a lot of work going on in the community of keeping track of things and trying to address the different cases as they pop up, and having to shut down businesses, close schools for a little bit, these different things to try to manage and contain it. There's a lot of these different fires popping up around the community at this point. But the most significant outbreak at this point is in the tribal community. So to talk about the response in the county, the disparity measures that Sarah talked a little bit about, we are seeing a change in the kind of the configuration of who's getting it, who's getting the virus, who's the most vulnerable. There's a couple of RFPs that got posted earlier, about a week ago now, for working with the Latino population, the other with working with the Native population specifically around outreach and kind of case management, resource management services. And those are out now, so if anybody's interested in that, I encourage you to look up on the Health Department website or reach out to one of us at the Health Department, because I think it's going to be out for another week. And we're hoping to get some good folks that want to work with this, and because there is some funds available to help. The testing situation is moving around a lot. There's, as Sarah showed on the graph, there's a big increase in demand now. And partly because of travel, partly because of just the increase in cases. So but we are continuing to test everybody at the sites. And there's been a little bit of a slowdown in terms of the turnaround time statewide. That's at the state level now. Part of what's happening is, a couple different things are happening. One is because of the weather and because of some of the contract shifts with the Verily test site, we are going to be discontinuing the Middletown site and moving that day, which was every other Wednesday, to Clear Lake. So moving forward, we'll be doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every other Wednesday in Clear Lake, and then Thursday, Friday in Lakeport. We're also having some conversations about possibly discontinuing the Upper Lake site as well, although the next scheduled one is not tomorrow, but the week after will be happening in Upper Lake. But we're kind of having some conversations with some of the community partners about that. The problem is the numbers at these two sites were significantly lower than at Lakeport and Clear Lake. We're also having some problems with some of the settings for it. And also we're having to negotiate with the state and with Verily and OptumServe, which is another one, about ongoing services, and they were not very interested in the sites with the lower numbers. So I think ideally what we'll try to do is be in Clear Lake 3 days a week and in Lakeport 2 days a week. So the contact tracing is a bit of an issue now as well. With the marked increase in cases, we are having trouble keeping up and keeping all the data entered into the state system and just keeping on top of everything. We are getting some more help from the state, but those people have to be trained and kind of onboarded. And it's just, like for example, this morning when I got up, I had some contact with the nurses, and they said they'd had 30 new positive cases that had entered in from 11:30 last night when they got off the computer. By the time they got up, there were 30 new cases, and we simply don't have the capacity to keep up with that. So we're trying to get more written information out to people, trying to get it more automated. But I think people just need to realize that you will find out about your results, but you may not have the in-depth kind of case investigation, contact tracing that we were providing up until this point. And so if you do get a positive test, or if you are close contact with somebody, you need to take it upon yourself to inform people that you've been in contact with that they may need to get tested and take precautions as well. The housing situation, where we're really focusing on trying to isolate and quarantine people that test positive or that are at high risk. The SSTU program continues. We still have some rooms there. Elijah House is still continuing to function well with the homeless folks, and they're pretty much at capacity all the time at this point. Hope Center did open up, and they have 10 people there now, and they have 20 potential beds. So they're slowly filling that up, which is a great new addition to the community, and we're really excited about that. And the Warming Center, we talked about that a little bit last week, and Supervisor Brown brought up his interest in the fairgrounds, and I have spoken with Pastor Shannon, and I think Supervisor Scott is helping with that. So there was some financial requirements with the fairgrounds, but I think they're continuing to work with that. So maybe Supervisor Scott will want to let us know at the end here. And so in terms of surge planning, this is really what's being a big discussion regionally and around the state. The Adventist in St. Helena has reopened, which is a very good thing for us. That they've been closed for probably a couple months now, and so they did reopen and are back functioning, which is going to help us quite a bit. And we have been meeting with the two local hospitals and with the EMS services about how we're going to deal with surges and doing some problem solving. And it's been very collaborative, very helpful to meet with everybody and to try to anticipate what's coming. There have been some issues with transportation. They always are. We tend to be low in terms of our capacity with ambulance service, and I think this will be more of an issue when we have to transport more and more people out. But the fire chiefs and Reach and everybody are working on trying to help us anticipate what our needs are going to be and to deal with it and to sort of prepare for it. Sonoma County hospitals are pretty full. I read in the newspaper this weekend that they only had a couple of ICU beds available at that time, but so far we seem to be able to be moving people through. At this point, we have 5 people in local hospitals in the county, and I think there's something like 6 or 7 that are out of the county, this is a pretty high number for us. We've not had these numbers before. These are the COVID positive folks. So then and then the sleep train is open now, or they're opening tomorrow. This is the large alternate care facility that's going to be opening in Sacramento. They're supposed to be able to open up as much as 200 beds. They're opening 20 to start out, and then they're going to expand as needed, this is a very positive development for us, because I think as the regional hospitals get filled and our capacity can get filled pretty quickly, we would be moving them down to Sacramento to the sleep train as another option. So the vaccine development is getting a lot of publicity right now, and they are supposed to go for FDA approval. I believe it's tomorrow or Thursday, but it has already been approved. The Pfizer vaccine has already been approved in the UK, and we assume that it will go ahead and be approved here. The plan is to start shipping as of next week. And we have an allotment now of 975, which is pretty good, much higher than I thought we were going to get. And so the current idea is to work through the hospitals. The first people that are going to get access are the acute care hospital workers. And then when that group has gotten covered as much as they want to be covered, then we will work with the EMS and the nursing facilities. And I think probably that'll take up that whole shipment, and then we're not exactly sure what the next shipment will look like or what's coming. The state is claiming that they're going to get 2.2 million doses of vaccine by the end of December, and they seem to be reasonably confident with that, but it all remains to be seen. I did want to talk a little bit about enforcement. And Craig, are you on? Do you want to give a little blurb about what you're doing, or?
Okay, so I'm on. I'm afraid when it comes to enforcement, that's the least favorite part of doing these things. For the most part, I'm really happy to report that the bulk of our businesses have been doing a very good job of trying to stay within these, ever-changing requirements. For the most part, our office handles outreach and education for each of the complaints that we received. Complaints come in generally daily. I received 16 this morning for us to follow up on and investigate. Investigations are conducted and determine whether or not the complaint is valid, invalid, or unconfirmed. Right now, for the most part, we're finding that a lot of the complaints are going down as unconfirmed, in that at the time the complaint happened, that condition may have existed, but by the time we get to the investigation a day or 2 days later, we're finding that the facilities are in compliance, so we're just unable to confirm what happened. But on the whole, the managers of the facilities are doing a great job of responding when we ask them to talk about their masking policies or how they're controlling the number of people in the stores and so forth. It's been very good. That is not to say that we do not have a handful of facilities that are reaching a recalcitrant stage. They are openly defying the public orders and are posting on Facebook. We've seen a lot of complaints come in, linking Facebook posts from a business saying, well, we're staying open, we don't care what they say. Unfortunately, we're bound to have a certain number of facilities that are going to do that. We are contacting the supervisors that these facilities are in to kind of work with them. We're also working with the cities, either in Clear Lake or Lakeport, to see if they want to kind of help out in those regards as well. Sadly, we have been requested by the state to provide a list of facilities which have had repeated confirmed violations. And that list was roughly a dozen facilities that have been sent to the state's enforcement task force for them to research and follow up on. But the overall is that most of our businesses, the overwhelming majority, are really doing the best that they can under these circumstances, and we appreciate those efforts.
Thank you, Craig. And so the other issue about this is the sort of code enforcement positions that were approved by the board a couple months ago. We're in the process of trying to get the job description and kind of get the whole hiring situation together, and I think that's going to get posted in the next week or so. And so we're hoping to get some good candidates and get some training and get things going probably soon after the first of the year. So the last little piece of this is just we are kind of we're in a very challenging state. I think it's probably the next couple months are going to be very hard, and there's kind of no way around it. I know everybody's tired, and I know everybody's frustrated, and the businesses are hurting, and the kids aren't in school in a lot of places, and it's just been very challenging. It's been going on now 9 months, and I think we have a couple months more of very difficult times, and this is going to be probably the hardest because of we're going to start seeing more and more people getting sick, and we're going to start knowing people that are getting sick. And I think as much as people can really kind of focus and buckle down and just stay home and kind of delay the parties and delay the social events, the better it's going to be for everybody. I really think we are looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. Probably in a couple months, by March, April, things are going to be looking a lot better. We're going to start having more access to vaccine. We'll be able to be outside more and to open up the outdoor dining and things like that. And so I just think if people can, the Christmas holidays are coming up, the more you can just stay home, not mix with other families, not mix with your friends, and especially indoors, the better off it's going to be and the more people will be safe. The vaccine will be becoming more and more available. It's not clear in terms of the numbers, and they have a sort of a tier system of how we're going to distribute it, but probably most likely it's going to be something like April, May before it's really available in the general public. And so I'm just, at this point, it's not clear when we would go into the stay-at-home order. But I think if things continue to worsen, that's coming. Is it going to be a week? Is it going to be a couple weeks? From where we were last week, we're about stable. So it doesn't seem to be rapidly deteriorating. But I think the more people can stay home, the more people can work from home, the more people don't go out in dine outdoors even, but just maybe go get to-go food and go home, the better off it's going to be and the less the transmission is going to be. Because the goal here is to try to keep the transmission down as best we can until we can get the vaccine out and get people vaccinated. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about this, and we can talk about any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pace and Mr. Weatherby, for the update. And also for Sarah, I forget your last name, Marcos, I believe, Maricos. Thank you very much for all the updates. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Scott, you were mentioned earlier, wondering if you could provide us an update on the fairgrounds.
Yes, the committee for the warming center meets every week. Our volunteer group has been getting bigger, so we are really trying to find a place that we can have the warming center open Monday through Friday. So we're going in that direction. I do have a question for Mr. Weatherby about your investigating. Are you also investigating stores that people aren't being allowed in because they don't have a mask? I know that came up in my district, that a store owner, denied entry to somebody because they weren't wearing a mask.
I don't think that would be Craig. You're probably not doing that, Craig, because he's really doing the health and environmental health investigation. So I'm not sure how we would address that. I guess if we had a complaint, we'd probably go talk to them and see what was going on and let them know that people should, some people do have medical reasons to not do that. And so I think we would address that the same way we do that if we're getting complaints that people aren't wearing masks, is kind of go have a conversation, an education session. So I'm not sure it would be Craig. It would probably be one of the other folks that would be going. I don't know, would you agree?
Yeah, we have not been addressing those concerns. Our focus has solely been on complaints of masking not being enforced or indoor dining not being, prohibitions being enforced, things like that. We haven't really been working in the other direction.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
Just wanted to highlight
Supervisor
something,
Crandall?
and I know it's probably been said, or I know yesterday it's been discussed when we're in COVID recovery, but just for the public to hear, the situation where it states the Rancho, 15%, so is that countywide or is that Rancho-wide, so Northern California? Or is that not even on the same realm?
No, it's, the 15% is for the whole, region, yeah, because, I mean, really, the way it is in our county, I think we often don't have 15% capacity in the ICUs just because of the way the hospitals transfer patients back and forth. We're sort of often transferring folks to the higher levels of care, and so it's a very fluid thing, and for us, really thinking about how patients are going to get care, it's really a regional discussion and a regional analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So I do have a couple of questions. One, you were saying last week about how the survey for contact tracing might go online. Is that already happening, or are we still waiting on that to get started? And the reason I ask is because you mentioned that it's getting difficult with the number of cases that you see on a daily basis, and just hoping that that might help out by basically doing almost like a self-service contact trace survey.
Let me check and see. I know they've been working on it. Let me ask Carolyn and see if she knows.
Okay. And then while you're getting that, I know some of the issues that I've heard about the testing sites, especially with Upper Lake and Middletown, is just because it's off and on. Well, it alternates weeks, and then there's certain days that it's not happening because there's smoke, there's whatever the purpose or reason is that it's not happening. It's been a little difficult for people to have a reliable source. I think that's been more of the reason why people are sporadically going to those versus going to Lakeport or Clear Lake, where it's very stringent schedule that they continue to have. So hopefully we will have less and less of those deviations from the set schedule as we move forward. The question that was asked at the state level, and I'm not sure if I'm getting concurrence from the numbers that I see, and maybe the numbers I see are incorrect. I've been going to, you directed us, Dr. Pace, to go to LA Times. I do find that they have some pretty good data on the state level and then on a per county level, and I appreciate that. I've been looking at it since then. And it shows that we as a county only have 8 ICU beds. I thought we had more when the surge capacity increased. And based on what the state responded to a CSAC conference call we had last week, that the 15% is based on the surge capacity, not based on your standard capacity. Can you speak to that and clarify my confusion?
Well, so one thing is just your first question about the survey online for contact tracing. We are using it now. There's been some glitches with the state system, but we are using it. It can only be used for people that have cell phones, though. So because we're going through a cell phone number, so not everybody's going to be getting it, but but it is available and it's being used some now. The ICU beds. So our standard setup is 4 ICU beds at each hospital. Both of those can expand somewhat. You know, it's the question with these things is you can expand a little bit easily. So like each of the hospitals can expand 1 or 2 beds easily without too much trouble. It's sort of set up like that with an extra room and things. And then if it gets bad, like it was in New York, we can expand more. There are beds available, there is space available, but it's going to be suboptimal. The questioning is really staffing. So the way they talk about it is staffed beds. And so the way I understand it is we are already experiencing a little bit of some challenges with staffing. And I'm not sure what exactly the number they're using locally. The hospitals communicate directly with the state for the ICU capacity, but it's not exactly a black and white number. It's more, I think they're probably using the 8 because of staffing and because that's sort of the listed thing. I don't, even if we expand, the most we're going to get to is something like 15 or something like that, unless we're really, really pinched. And having the staff that's going to be able to manage those kinds of patients, I think is going to be pretty difficult to find here without some state resources coming in.
Okay, thank you for the response. Any other questions or comments from the board before I open it up to the public? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if anyone has a comment or question.
All right, I sent an unmute request out to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
And I see that Terry Logsdon had her hand raised.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm unmuted yet.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. So my question is for Mr. Weatherby. He mentioned that he received complaints and he follows up on them. And I'm just wondering if the complaint process is still going through MOAC, or do you receive the complaints directly?
Yes, all complaints are still going through the Mohawk, although occasionally we do have folks who will contact our office directly. When we receive a complaint like that, we will forward to the Mohawk, and then where everything will be compiled, and then we'll start the investigation once they kind of add it to their list. But yes, for the most part, all complaints are still going through the Mohawk.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have a comment or question from the public in the Zoom room? Okay, hearing none. Looking at the public here in the board chambers, any comments or questions for Dr. Pace, Mr. Weatherby? No? Okay. Anything else from the board as I bring it back to the board? All right, thank you for all your questions. Dr. Pace, Mr. Weatherby, and Ms. Maricos, thank you very much for your update. Really appreciate that, and I think we got you out in time to get to your meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace and Mr. Weatherby. And Sarah.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and go back to where we were. 6.3. I'm going to ask Ms. Grant to chime in because I know that we approved a portion of letter B, but do we need to have it read by title only and then have a dedicated time frame of when the second reading will come back for that portion? I felt like it wasn't possibly the right process.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You're correct. At this point, really, all your board's done is indicate your desire to move forward with that portion that goes to the protected farmland and not with the rest. So if your board wants to take action as a first reading of this ordinance, there will have to be a clear amendment on the face of the ordinance so that your members and the public know which portions of this ordinance are going forward and which portions will become part of the resolution of intent that you'll be considering to the Planning Commission that you'll be considering next week. So if you can do that and the board approves the amendment on the face, then you can move forward to waive reading of the ordinance, have it read in title only, and then to advance the ordinance as amended to the 15th for a second reading.
Okay, I am looking up the ordinance for prime farmland just to show what the share my screen here. Okay, so this section with the definitions can continue forward. Ignore this section right here. This was an embarrassing typo that should have been deleted in the first place. It was an empty definition. Apologize for that. And then item 6 right here would be outdoor cultivation of cannabis shall not be allowed within any farmland protection zone, shall not be allowed within 1,000 feet of farmland protection zone. We would get rid of the 500-foot setback from farmland designation, which is any farmland designation outside of the protection zone. And D would be if outdoor cultivation of cannabis is less than 1 mile from farmland protection zone, get rid of the farmland designation. Vegetation screening is required, and then we can continue on with all the farmland protection zone details of what vegetation screening consists of. And then we ignore the last 2 of outdoor cultivation around the state routes for visibility and setbacks. And so...
Mr. Chair, may I repeat that just for clarity's sake?
Please.
All right, so the ordinance is now going to read an ordinance amending Chapter 21, Article 27, no longer 68, of the Lake County Code pertaining to commercial cannabis cultivation in proximity to Lake County important farmland.
And I'm gonna interrupt you real quick.
Section 68.4 of Chapter 21 of the code is hereby amended, and 17 and 18 as designated on page 1 will remain. Then the Section 2, I guess it will be Section 68 is still included, my mistake. Section 27 is hereby amended, and it begins with Roman numeral lowercase 6, Lake County important farmland. C is removed from page 2. From D, farmland designation is removed, and E and F on page 2 are also deleted. With those deletions, the remainder of the ordinance would move forward as written.
And on D2, where it says vegetation screening shall be between farmland protection zone and or farmland designation, let's get rid of the and or farmland designation.
Thank you.
And that's the only correction. And then looking at Supervisor Crandall, who made the motion, if he is interested in amending the motion to have it read by title only.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm interested in amending that motion to what County Council has itemized out and discussed.
So the first part of that then would be waive reading of the ordinance and have it read in title only, and that would be the first motion your board would take up.
So I motion to waive the reading and read in title only.
Okay, I have and with the amendments as stated, correct?
Yes, with amendments as stated.
And looking for a second?
Second.
Okay, Johanna, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes. Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you. And Anita read it, or should we read it
I
again?
can read it again. An ordinance amending Chapter 21, Articles 27 and 68 of the Lake County Code pertaining to commercial cannabis cultivation in proximity to Lake County important farmland.
Okay, and then looking for another motion to set the second reading for December 15th.
As amended, the ordinance as amended.
I move to set the second reading on December 15th as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Joanna, roll call, please.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Now we're going to move on to item C, and this one was with intent to be moved to the Planning Commission, and this was the increase in density. So real quick, Planned Development Commercial, PDC, part of the description is to provide means for encouraging creative and innovative commercial or industrial developments, and also create agricultural accessory uses and accessory structures. We have a few PDCs in certain areas. A lot of it is taken away when looking at the community growth boundaries, and so that leaves us with very few that would be impacted by this. However, these are perfect places for developers to develop processing plants, and I know I've been approached by multiple developers who are attempting to create processing plants, but due to the nature of the economy, it is not just a processing plant that will allow them to produce this. They are needing to attach it to a cultivation, which would give them the overhead necessary to be able to accomplish their goals with processing plants. And many cultivators are not able to have a place to process, and unfortunately, we've actually seen a loss in some of our cannabis crops this year due to the fact that it's not readily available and people were not as prepared to go through the correct process for not only drying but also processing it to the point of getting packaged and then sent out to the market. So we need solutions, and in my opinion, it's great that we can farm a product here, but raw materials is not the best of all economies. Looking at the vertical economy of actual harvesting of a product and then to the point of actually processing or manufacturing a product, that creates a better economy, that creates higher paying jobs. No offense to farmers, I think they do a very needed work, but it's hard work and it's typically very low paying as well. And in the future of cannabis, if we end up in the same scenario as many of our vineyards are, we would have to send out of the county to get processed rather than being able to process things right here. And we have the ability to actually corner the market now rather than wait and miss the train and then have to send out all of our products outside of the county in order to be processed into a different, more valuable product. So again, multiple developers have approached me for the processing plants, and I've been stuck on these things. And all of them have cultivation attached to help keep the developers out of the red. Solution. I know that this is not a difficult solution, but it's a solution that creates a lot of conversation. And so I know from past behavior from the board that typically when it comes to any kind of increase in density, that we send it off to the Planning Commission. And so my original intent is to send this back to the Planning Commission. That is open for discussion, but I think that is a good way to go. And basically looking at increasing density only for indoor and mixed light, where there's a lot of possible ways to control any of the nuisance and mitigate those nuisances in a very realistic way versus outdoor, which is more difficult to be able to mitigate the potential nuisance. And only allowing this in PDC where there's the possibility of doing the processing and the manufacturing, as well as on-site having the capability to have the cultivation that helps keep the overhead and keep that that business running. So looking at an increase, just used a random amount for up to 8 acres of cultivation on a parcel of 20 acres or more. So again, nothing less than 20 acres would be available to do something like this. This would all be inside a building, inside whether it's a fully indoor or a mixed light. And again, just looking for ways to make that part of the industry grow. And as we'll see in our next, one of our next agenda items, which is about equity, it actually discusses that we need to do a better job of getting licenses for things like processing or other types of licenses and not just cultivation. So this is in part my attempt to say, let's have a discussion about this. Let's see what the Planning Commission thinks, and looking to see what direction the board would like to go, if they think Planning Commission is the way to go, or if increased density is also a good idea. And again, we also have PDC that have been PDCs for many years, sometimes decades, and that while it says planned development commercial, it has not produced any development in the past years, if not decades. And this would be an opportunity to create a development in those areas where development has not occurred. So opening that up for discussion. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. Thank you for that presentation. And I wanted to see if it's possible. I know you mentioned you wanted to send it to Planning Commission, and I have all the faith in the world with the Planning Commission. I'm used to sending things like this to them. But I would like to see if this change can be heard by us rather than going there. And the reason I say so is I think about something you stated a couple weeks back when we were conducting the budget for the cannabis tax. And that is that this tax may eventually phase out like other industries. And because of the pandemic, I'd like to see, I know that there's only affects very few PDC properties like you saw, or parcels like you stated in the presentation. So just like to see if we could see it at a board level. That way we have the opportunity for some of the potential folks that want to conduct a permit or want to conduct their business have a sooner time to do it. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But if the board wishes to do it otherwise, that's fine too.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Scott?
My only question would be, Supervisor Crandall, so you're looking at just making sure that we can fast track this and move it faster, that if we were to send it to the Planning Commission, it may just, may have things move slower? Is that?
Yeah. I don't know how much slower. I mean, it would be ideal too is if they could set a date. I'd be fine with that too. I just want it to happen a little sooner than later. And it's also because of, I thought about that after we talked about the tax situation, that, you know, there's a specific time we need to capitalize on some of these taxes and things like that. So just considering that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Grant.
The only thing I would say is I can certainly understand with regard to the timing of the tax, and what you may want to do is ask for the Planning Commission to take this up as a matter of some urgency. But, you know, with regard to the uses permitted here, this is largely within the Planning Commission's bailiwick. So you may want to find kind of a compromise position that would allow it to go to the Planning Commission for their review and vetting, and at the same time ask them to take it up as a matter of urgency, given the concerns that were expressed by Supervisor Crandall, which are obviously of significance to your board.
Thank you very much. Any other comment before I open up to the public? Okay, opening it up for the public. Let's go ahead and start with the Zoom room. Jake?
All right. I've sent out a unmute request to the Zoom room. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name. It does look like we have a hand up from Mark Flamer.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a civil engineer and developer. I've been working in Lake County for 15 years on residential and commercial development as well as cannabis development. So I just wanted to reiterate the need for to make these type of projects pencil. These large PDC parcels are very valuable, and the intent within the zoning was that they be used for mixed use and dense and creative uses, combinations of industry and commercial and even residential. And so they're valuable parcels, and they're just not economically viable to make work with the density as it sits in the ordinance now. So I'm definitely in favor of this ordinance change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Jake?
I sent another unmute request out to the floor.
Okay. Hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the boardroom. We have a public comment right here.
Lance Williams, Lake County Cannabis Alliance. Again, thank you, Bruno, for bringing this back. I think a lot of people thought this had already been passed, so glad to see it happen, because what's going on is that we have a lot of cannabis to process here, and we just don't have the spaces, and because of early activation, not being able to build out buildings in so many cases, this is really needed. So very grateful, and thank you again for this, because it is needed. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments from the boardroom? Thank you for your patience.
No problem at all. Personal responsibility,
No, Sam won't allow anybody else to do it.
Fine.
It's left to right, not right to left.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Nothing other than the redundancy that.
And can we get your name, please?
Yeah, Michael Wegner.
Thank you.
Nothing other than the redundancy of this is something that's necessary. It's actually been necessary for at least a year now. So anything that we could do to fast track it or move it along, like Mr. Crandall was speaking of, I think that'd be an important aspect to seeing this really get utilized.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing those are the only two gentlemen in the public at this moment in time, there's no further public comment. Let's bring it back to the board. In fact, I have a question. I see Director De Leon is online with us, wondering if he can provide a potential, I don't want to put him on the spot and also quote him on a date, but is there a potential timeline as far as what the Planning Commission, when the Planning Commission might be able to hear this? Okay. Maybe he's unavailable at this moment in time. I did put him on the spot. Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Or action?
Mr. Vice Chair, I can make the, is it a resolution or ordinance? Let me see.
The ordinance itself is an intent to send to the Planning Commission. In fact, I would say if that is what you're planning to make your motion for, then that's fine. If it's a motion to do otherwise, I believe we would have to table it and come back with an actual action for the board to take, but I think Ms. Grant would have to clarify that.
Because I'd like to offer it, but I'd also like to see if they could fast track it as well. But if that takes extra, I'll give me the order.
No, if you want to offer the resolution of intent with the additional request of your board to fast track it or to treat it as a matter of some urgency, you can simply include that request. That's not inappropriate.
Okay. So I will go ahead and offer that to, let me see. Let me go to it first so that I say the right thing. Offer this resolution to send to the Planning Commission with the request to treat this matter as a sense of urgency. So that covers it.
That's fine.
Okay, I have a motion.
All right, Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
No.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
okay, Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So that takes care of that item, and then we're going to move on to our 10:30, just in time, for 6.4, consideration of Proposition 64, Final Cannabis Equity Assessment. Ms. Hutchinson.
Yes, Patrick Sullivan is going to present this item, and in light of the fact that your board has quite a bit more on the agenda and hasn't had a lunch break, I wanted to ask your board if you want to have this item today or if you prefer to postpone it to next week. The consultant needs about 10 minutes to present it to you today. It could be postponed to next week, which would enable you to move on to the extra item and then take a lunch break before your afternoon session, which is closed session. Just wanted to put that out there and ask Mr. Vice Chair.
I'm thinking we can possibly try our best to get everything accomplished by 1 p.m., take an hour break, come back at 2 o'clock, which is our intended time to get started on our closed session. And let's see what we can do about staying on that schedule.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. So then, Patrick, I assume you are lit up, so go ahead. Thank you.
Morning. So I'm here to present the Cannabis Equity Assessment, the final draft. This, again, just a reminder, is the program where the state is distributing funds to jurisdictions that had disproportionate impacts due to the criminalization of cannabis. The final, or the version of the draft equity assessment was presented last month. And in the meantime, there have been a few developments. The state has stepped up the timeline a bit. So the submission deadline is different than it was last year for the second round of funding with this. February 1st will be the deadline to submit our round 2 application. So since we have to bring the equity plan back to the board, which is the second piece of this project, in January, what we've talked with the consultant on this, the Center for Rural Policy at Humboldt State, they have completed a PowerPoint presentation they can run through. It'll give you an idea of the findings, their preliminary findings from the assessment, as well as their preliminary proposals, some of the ideas they have for the equity plan. And this might help give an idea of what you're going to see in January, so and provide an early opportunity for feedback. So if it is your board's pleasure, CCRP is able to present that now.
I'd say let's go for it.
All right, and Jake, that is Dawn, Dominic, and Devin that would be involved in that presentation.
All right, I have offered unmutes to both Dawn and Dominic. I do not see Devin Flynn.
Are they able to share screen as well, Jake?
No, I will provide that right now. All right, you two, Dawn and Dominic, you could both share screen if you need to.
Thank you. So we'd like to present a summary of the recommendations from the Cannabis Equity Assessment. And like Patrick said, to give you a sense of what will be likely being proposed in January for the equity program. Just to quickly review, of course, step 1 was conducting the equity assessment. We brought you a draft on November 17th. By the way, this is Dawn Arledge, the Executive Director from CCRP, and I'm here with Dr. Dominic Corva today. Thank you for having us. We're bringing you the final assessment today, and then the intent is to bring you the local equity program in early 2021 in anticipation of the county meeting the February 1st deadline for the new round of grants being offered by the state. Just a quick overview of the equity assessment. We included some background and an overview of the county, the equity analysis, which talks about the populations most impacted by criminalization and poverty in the county, the current conditions in Lake County. Finally, a section on barriers to entry in the legal industry and recommendations for the cannabis equity program. Today, I'm going to focus briefly on the barriers to entry and the program recommendations. First, a very high-level overview of the key takeaways from the assessment. Lake County has a substantial population with cannabis expertise, but minimal education or experience in the formal economy. We talked at the last time we presented about the poverty rates in Lake County, which was a significant finding of the assessment. We learned that legacy cultivators may own land, but the capital needed to make the land's infrastructure compliant with modern building, road, water, and other codes is significant. And that infrastructure improvements through permitted cannabis cultivation would be a net collective benefit to the county's historically unpermitted and underdeveloped infrastructure. A very quick overview of the barriers to entry in the legal market. Financial is about the high cost of entry into the market, which is true for all new businesses entering a new market. But particularly for cultivators, as we spoke in the previous slide, there are sort of extra costs associated with coming into compliance with codes, county codes. There are still issues with banking in that there's limited access for cannabis operators to dependable and consistent banking services, which means many businesses end up being cash intensive, which of course can expose them to risk associated with robbery and making payment to others. We already spoke to the administrative and technical barriers. The permits that are necessary are time-consuming, resource-intensive, and require technical knowledge or skill. We spoke already also about infrastructure. In remote rural counties like Lake County, cultivation is happening in areas with little to no existing infrastructure that meet permitting requirements. We also alluded to a lack of business acumen. So it's just people not having access to training, skills around business planning, human resource management, accounting, inventory controls. This just results in well-resourced and highly educated applicants having significant advantages to succeeding in the legal industry. And then because of the prior criminalization of cannabis, many individuals in the industry were sort of ingrained with a sense of distrust and fear of government, and are just also unfamiliar with government processes and protocols. So an equity program can help a jurisdiction to mitigate some of these barriers to entry. Some of the specific recommendations we're looking at putting into the equity plan and would welcome input on this is first, specific eligibility criteria for equity applicants. That would include things like cannabis conviction history, low income status, You could include a consideration for local residents or ownership, showing ownership by local residents, or experience with previous eradication of small scale grows. You can consider ways to ensure that those that meet equity criteria can get licensed. The way others have done this include prioritizing equity applicants, looking at ratios that ensure a certain number of equity licenses, provisional approval for equity applicants, or amnesty. These are considerations that Lake can consider the options. A very important part of this is specific programs or services for applicants that mitigate the barriers we just discussed. So you could provide financial assistance to equity applicants to navigate the permitting processes. You can provide financial assistance through the grants provided by the state directly to applicants to help them upgrade their infrastructure. You can provide assistance for them to access business skill training, workforce development resources, etc. You can assist applicants with costs associated with expunging nonviolent cannabis-related convictions. We have just a couple data-focused recommendations. One is to track data to better understand the demographics of your applicants and licensees. And the county should be aware that the state is also asking jurisdictions who accept equity funding to track some of this. It is always, of course, voluntary, but the state is asking for it. And then we just recommend ongoing kind of living documents for both the equity assessment and equity programs, so you can monitor and share progress. You can look at trends that are changing in the county, identify areas for course correction or unexpected successes or challenges. And finally, I'm only going to focus on the two on the left side of the screen today, but county level recommendations were consider utilizing local tax revenue to ensure county staff that are managing permitting are fully staffed and trained on cannabis permitting processes. And some of this is constantly shifting at the state level and local level. So keeping everyone up to speed has been challenging for all jurisdictions that are navigating this. And then to consider promoting a diversity of permit types in addition to cultivation, which I believe was mentioned during the previous item. Dr. Corva, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'd only say that with the recent BCC announcements, there were a few other kind of new things that we can orient the LEP towards in the next stage that seem to be the result of GoBiz kind of drilling down on some more sort of specific and standardizable approaches. And we aim to be able to incorporate those going forward.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. I do have one, I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me, and it's finding number 11. Lake County should explore how to connect local equity applicants with equity applicants in surrounding counties. And I just, from the history that you describe in the very beginning, there's been a huge impact due to cannabis in the last 30 to 40 years in Lake County, and I think that we should definitely prioritize to take care of Lake County before we start helping with the equity program going outside of our region. If they want to move to Lake County, then that's great, but if they're not in Lake County, it's just not my priority to use that for those that are on the outside right now versus helping those on the inside. And that's just my only comment based on that. That doesn't mean it needs to go away, but just wanted to make that public.
Bruno, do you mind if I respond really quickly to that? Because I think what we were thinking more along the lines of was to connect supply chains across space, especially like, urban equity stores in the Bay Area, for example.
Gotcha. So similar to the processing plants we were just discussing earlier, how do you get the cultivator here through an equity program to access another step in his food chain?
Yes, something like that, exactly.
Okay, then I misinterpreted that. Thank you for the clarification. Any other comment before I open it up for the public? Okay, I'm going to open it up in the boardroom since we have somebody here with a comment.
Well, thank you for this. I think it's almost there. It sounds like we are under some deadlines. The way I read it, Bruno, as well, the 11 was a little bit confusing, but I completely agree that we should be able to connect them together. I think there's going to be equity brands and certain ways of someone establishing equity between the counties, because all the counties are different. And reading the 47 pages, obviously this county is far different than the other ones like San Francisco and Oakland. But I think an equity supply chain, because all these equities are different, some people are talking about going from just a pure equity supply line. So then if someone wants to support people who are in equity, that they could do that through the whole process. It would sort of like being like using the Lake County name or the Mendocino name or an equity name. So, and it sounds like, again, we are kind of, make sure this all goes through. I really liked the 47 pages, and I think it's good that the county's really doing this. And again, rereading it again, it's just very, looking at the amount of busts that happened over time. And then I get to also see, and see how it affected the county. But also just realizing and seeing that, again, only 1% or less in California have really been able to succeed in this. So again, I'm really happy that this is coming through and that we make the deadline, because obviously there's a lot of money on the line and it can help us out. And I think that the deferral of payments, or like in San Francisco, if there's a $5,000 application fee, that's dropped. So I think just kind of really looking at all this stuff. But again, thank you, and again, Patrick and stuff, for starting this thing off and really getting this thing so we're getting a good hand on it. It looks like we're doing good. So thanks everyone involved. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room, Jake, and see if we have any comments on there.
All right, I've sent out a unmute request to the Zoom floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and close that up and bring it back. Any further comments before we take action? Seeing none, I do want to echo some of the words stated by Mr. Williams. Thank you to all involved in making this happen. Mr. Sullivan, you seem to touch things that turn into gold. Appreciate that. And here we're looking at some substantial grant funding. And I thank you for your efforts to even bring this to us in the first place. I know it was a tight squeeze to begin with, but we found the right team to work with over at Humboldt State. And thank you very much for all your work, Mr. Corva and Ms. Arledge. Appreciate that. And so looking for, do we need to, since it's a consideration, are we looking for an approval of the equity assessment, or, hold on. Yes, so looking for action to approve the submission of the cannabis equity assessment.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to approve submission of the cannabis equity assessment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if I can get a roll call, please.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
thank you all for your hard work on that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's see here. I believe we're going to take up the extra item that Ms. Hutchinson brought to us this morning that we approved to discuss. Ms. Hutchinson, if you would like to read the items, I do not have it right in front of me, and then let's go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Yes, I will. The title of this item is Consideration of Direction to Department Heads in Light of Impending Stay-at-Home Orders and Impacts on County Operations. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, I will share screen.
Please.
And put it up here just a second so you can see it.
All right, it flashed.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay, so as your board is aware, it appears fairly imminent that all of California will go under stay-at-home orders, although there is some fluctuation in the ICU bed levels in the region we are in. Things don't look as bad here in the northern region as they do in other areas, but still it is projected that the northern region will join the rest of the counties that are under stay-at-home orders. And so when that happens, department heads need to know what level of authority they have to take actions to make sure their offices are as safe as possible and their workforces are protected. And so you took some action back in the spring when we were under a shelter-in-place order, and I have that in front of you right here on the share screen, a review of the action you took. Back then, you directed department heads to immediately send workers that they had determined to be non-essential to shelter in place during the disaster. You authorized department heads to periodically adjust their determinations of non-essential workers due to the fluid nature of the disaster. You directed department heads to provide remote work assignments to non-essential workers when it was feasible to do so, to offer disaster service work, and or approve such employees the use of other accruals and leave benefits while they were sheltering in place and not working. There was an ad hoc committee of your board that worked with department heads to come up with these measures, and that ad hoc committee consisted of Vice Chair Sabatier and Chairman Simon. And the ad hoc committee developed this position type and description that you see there. Essential workers that are defined by the sectors put out by CISA are those that, their first definition anyway, are those that cannot work remotely due to the nature of the work. The second definition we came up with for essential worker are those that can work remotely with a county provided computer or tablet. And then the two non-essential categories as well. So as you well remember, from March 27th to approximately June 1st, for the most part, our non-essential workers sheltered in place at their homes, while essential workers found ways to serve the public without in-person contact. During that time, the public did not enter the courthouse for county services. Most county employees returned and offices were reopened to the public on June 1st. But even now, a number of offices still have staff working remotely as much as they can to reduce workplace density and promote the safety of employees and the public. So the direction that we, your department heads, are seeking today is, in the event the stay-at-home order goes into effect in Lake County, do these same steps that were taken last spring still apply, those that I outlined above? Do department heads have the same level of authority with their workforce? And will county offices be temporarily closed to in-person services? And I'm sure your board is aware that the state has advised that once a region goes into a stay-at-home order, it will last for a duration of 3 weeks. And I understand it is reevaluated during that time, so it's possible that a county would come out of, or a region, I should say, would come out of a stay-at-home order at the end of 3 weeks, or if conditions remained bad or worsened, there would be another 3-week period of stay-at-home order. So those are the questions we are asking on behalf of department heads. A number of them, I believe, are present for the discussion today. So thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Scott?
I guess my only question would be, under the stay-at-home order, are we able to keep our offices open? Or do we not have a choice in that matter?
Essential services can continue. And most of what we do falls under the sectors that define what essential workers are. But many of our functions and services can be provided remotely or, by telephone, by Zoom. There are various workarounds, and that is largely what we relied on last spring.
Thank you for the question. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I think Ben too. I think we did close initially, and then we came up with the remote working and whatnot. And so I do agree that this is a lot of what we conduct is essential work, and I think the directors have a sense on who needs to be working remotely and who can work essentially. And I don't mind giving them that authority. I think that's what we did. If not, I'm willing to work with them on that. So I'm willing to work it out because I feel we are essential, especially in regards to certain aspects, like in the, of course, we got the situation with the tax collector right now. It's tax time. Think about the assessor's office. People are refinancing, selling homes, buying homes, all of that type of stuff. And so I consider that essential. And so those are just two examples, but I'm just highlighting them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else? So I believe that even essential, and I'm air quoting essential, businesses will have certain restrictions on if we go into a deeper lockdown, if we go below the 15%. And actually, I believe it's equal to 15% or less. It's not below 15%. So from what I read and understand, even essential businesses such as grocery stores will need to drop to 20% capacity and help people make sure and maintain that capacity before they're let in. And so I'm wondering if I personally, I don't like the rules, but I hate setting rules for us that might be different than what rules need to be followed outside of us. We are all together in one and dealing with this, and wondering if maybe that's somewhat of the rule that we need to put in place is if we're asking our businesses to be at 20%, we should be at 20%. And granted, we have some of the extra luxuries that we can work from home, which drops us down to 20%, a whole lot easier. And just wondering if that's something that we can try and mimic is what we're asking the public to do is what we are doing as well. Just putting that out there.
So, that sounds good, but it's not. How are you going to get 20% at the jail of employees? There's, how are you going to get 20%? There's just.
Touché. There's
no way to accomplish that regardless of the merits of the goal. I suppose you could, this room here is vacant every day except for today, for this morning. Maybe it could be vacant every day. Maybe it could be converted to allow for those that are cramped in other areas. So I don't know. I think if we're gonna go to that extreme or be forced into that extreme, then I suppose we have to make up for that in other areas, and maybe that's one way.
No, you make a good point that the conversation doesn't cover 100% of our departments. Similar to the conversation of being closed on Fridays doesn't cover all of our departments either.
Yeah.
So no, I think that's a great point to make. Okay, I know that we do have some department heads on here on Zoom. Wondering if they would like to speak
Mr. Chair, if I might offer a comment.
Yes.
Perhaps perhaps what is needed here, and I'd love to hear the department head's thoughts, but perhaps what is needed here is to direct that the department heads have the same level of authority they had in the past to make their determinations about essential and non-essential, and to, you know, provide for remote assignments wherever possible, but to continue to have county offices open to services as long as it's allowable according to the state.
Okay. That's definitely an option. Any other comments or questions before we open it up and hear from our department heads? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open it up, and let's see if any of our department heads wish to speak first, and let's give them that capability before we open it up to the rest of the public.
If department heads could raise hand if they want to speak. I can't. I could go through and try to mute them individually. Let's see.
Director De Leon.
Yes, good afternoon. Appreciate the discussion. And the only comment I'm really going to make is we've been, we were able to function with the courthouse being closed. If that happens, again, we've done this before and we will adjust. I appreciate the board considering us essential workers. I would, the road department is going to need to continue to function, and all of the other departments that I manage up here, we will continue to work. And again, if the courthouse closes, we can adjust. We can still provide service, and we did so in the past, and we'll adjust to whatever decisions get made. So we'll make it work. I do have a number of folks working from home already, and we will probably expand that to a degree, but we'll still be able to provide services to the public and still process applications and perform inspections and all the other things that we're doing to try to keep business moving, keep projects moving. So we'll continue to do that.
Thank you very much. I saw that Christopher Veach had his hand up.
Yes, thank you. I'm Christopher Veach, a county librarian. The California state guidelines right now classify libraries as retail. This means the state guidelines, even in the stay-at-home order, would have the libraries open with 20% capacity. If you recall, back in the spring, we shut completely down and provided only contactless service once that was allowed. So following your former direction, I've been following the guidelines from the state and following those closely. But if you would like the libraries to be closed to the public to help control the spread, we can move back to a contactless pickup model or completely shut down where no staff are on site. I'm happy to do whatever your direction would be.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from department heads before we open it up to the public? Director Gerhardt.
Hi, this is Doug with Air Quality. I was just going to follow up too. We're very limited staffing right now. Still interviewing for positions, but what we've been doing, and I appreciate the discussion and the authority to move forward, but we are limiting people. When we have been trying to limit, one at a time into our lobby. We don't have a lot of customers come in at the same time, but once in a while it happens, and we just request people make appointments. And we're helping people Monday through Friday, any time of the day. So as long as they call ahead and make sure that someone's here to help them. So we'll make it work however we need to, and we'll keep serving the public as best as possible.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the comment. Director Ewing?
Yes, thank you. Lars Ewing, Public Services. I'd like to just say that the way that Carol had worded it, I appreciated that quite a bit. Within public services, there's no overarching way that I could say that we are all essential. Museums, for example, is not deemed essential and would need to close, but the landfill certainly needs to remain open. So I think some level of latitude, not complete, but some level of latitude to make those decisions of how we can continue to serve the public while trying to minimize any spread is helpful. So I appreciate that, and I think the way Carol worded it, I would certainly support.
All right, thank you very much. Director Harder, I see you've turned on your video.
Yes. Thank you for the discussion and the consideration today. Most of what we do is essential, keeping the water and wastewater systems functioning and running. We do have the ability to serve the public if our facilities are open or closed. We have online bill pay, we have credit card bill pay, mail-in, and a drop box outside. So if the board decides to shut the facilities to the public, we'll still be able to serve them. We'll keep the phones on, continue to take phone calls from the customers and answer needs as they arise. But I would like to say also that I appreciate the flexibility that was provided to department heads this spring, allowing them to deem workers essential or non-essential, and then as conditions changed, make modifications to that, because we noticed this spring we sent some of our customer service techs home, and then we had a need later on to pull them in because the volume of phone calls increased, the interaction with the public increased, and we needed to respond appropriately.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I see we have our UC Extension Director, Carmen Koch.
Hi, Carmen here with UCCE. I just wanted to make a comment that we will adapt as needed. We haven't really had issues really with remote work. A lot of what we have been able to do so far has been done remotely, and then if anyone needs to come in, they call ahead of time, make an appointment, and we will meet with them. So far on our end, it's been good, and we will adapt accordingly. And I also appreciate the flexibility given to us that we are able to make those decisions, because like for our department, we also have the UC side of like their policies and stuff. So being able to balance that is really, we really appreciate that. But so far we're okay, and we will adapt as needed.
Thank you so much for your comments. I'm told that Director Metcalf is also looking to speak. There you are.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo the sentiments of what Scott Harder and Carmen just said about how much I do appreciate the latitude for we as department heads to make decisions, operational decisions, during this pandemic. And just also wanted to add that, early on in this pandemic, the state had deemed, behavioral health services programs as essential. So this kind of is business as usual for us. Even after June 1st, I continued to allow staff to work remotely. I would say about 75 to 80% of our staff are still working remotely, in order to maintain the social distancing and what have you. So I've been a big advocate of this policy from day one. I'm happy to see that it's being approved, and this should have been done a long time ago. So we would have already had this in place way back when, but just again want to reinforce and support what the other department heads have said, that we appreciate being allowed to make these decisions during these zesty times.
Zesty. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else, a department head, looking to make a comment before I open it up for the public? Okay, seeing none. Jake, if we can open it up for the public to make a comment, please.
Yes, I will send a unmute request out to the Zoom floor. That request is out. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for discussion, as there's nobody in the public here in the boardrooms. Ms. Hutchinson, would you like to let us know what the plan is for the courts on the fourth floor?
Yes, the courts just sent out a notice yesterday. They have suspended all jury trials and converted their other processes to where everyone, all attorneys and all parties must appear by video or phone. So, they have done what we're contemplating here. I don't know, though, that it's essential to formally close offices. I mean, there are some offices where the public has to be served, mandated programs such as social services and others. And like, if I can use my own offices as an example, we are in our offices working since the pandemic began. However, we use our door to control traffic coming in, so we don't have so many people in our small lobby that we can't maintain social distancing. We might have less people in there, but I can't imagine a time when no one would be in there. And so if a member of the public came to the door and knocked, we could respond to them. So maybe the solution really is to continue the authority you've already given to department heads to work with their staff and make the internal decisions they need to make. But if offices are open, for the time being at least, we continue to manage employees and the public in a way that keeps them safe and doesn't go over any service percentage levels that are imposed if they are.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to actually reopen public comment. I saw Third Eye Visuals with their hand up before, then it went down and it's back up. If I'm just going to open it up real quick. Jake, if we can get Third Eye Visuals to go ahead and make a public comment.
Sure. I did have a comment about a way that there might be a possibility of keeping like some of the museums and stuff open by creating virtual tours and allowing an online version of that being able to be used for the public's use.
Okay, thank you very much for the suggestion. And then again, any other public comment before I close it? All right, and we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. I do like the perspective of giving latitude to our directors. They are in these positions because they're trusted to make the right decisions. They are trusted to make the right decisions for the safety of their staff, not just the productivity of their department. And so I agree with that. I just, I agree with continuing as is and just harping on the please be safe and make sure that we set the right example for the rest of the community to follow.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just do a quick share screen again for just a moment so we could go over those three things that the board directed and make sure there's consensus of the board that that's what we're continuing.
Please.
The board never took action to officially close the courthouse. You directed staff to serve people without in-person contact. So services were still going on. So there's no action to change in that regard. But looking at this, these were the things you authorized here, A, B, and C. So are we correct to assume, or is there consensus on the board that these A, B, and C measures would be in play at any point Lake County's region goes into a stay-at-home order?
And if I may ask a question, the A, B, and C, there's nothing in there that I see that the services must remain open. That gives them the ability to close and continue to offer services remotely, or what is that possible in the way that it's written?
Could you reframe that? I'm not sure I totally understand your question.
My opinion is I don't want to see us closed. But if there can be some staff that can be productive and work from home, I'm not against that at all. But I don't see anything that says public services must be available, something along those lines.
You mean, well, and what we had before was a segment about providing services without in-person contact to the greatest extent possible. Is that kind of along what you're thinking?
No, I'm mainly looking. I just want to make sure that we don't shut down our operations. I think that we are doing well. I know that our numbers as a whole don't look good, but in the grand scheme of things, especially when compared to other counties in the state of California, we have always been doing well and been fairly consistent with our numbers as well. And I just want to make sure that we remain productive for the fact that I think it's important in how we're going to end up in spring that we remain productive right now. And so I want to make sure that we don't have the option where a department can decide that all services will be remote only versus the public has access to those services physically.
Okay, then I might suggest we add another one. In fact, maybe we would shift the 3 you're looking at to be B, C, and D, and add an A that states county offices will remain open to the extent and subject to the capacities established by the stay-at-home order. Now, using the example that Supervisor Brown raised earlier, there's simply no way to subject a setting like the jail to a capacity limit. That isn't going to happen, and the state is well aware of that. But for routine business operations, office settings, if there is a capacity established for office settings by the state stay-at-home order, we would need to comply with that.
And I'd like to hear from the other board members on their thoughts on that.
I would agree with that. I think we need to keep our employees safe, but continue to provide services as safely as we can.
Okay.
On board with the adjustment.
All right. Since we've already had public input, do we want to take action? And if it's possible, Ms. Hutchinson, to provide us maybe with a title for us to state what we are approving or what action.
Yeah. I'm here. I think I'm hearing that there's consensus. I don't know that you need to adopt a motion. What I will do, though, based on the consensus that I'm hearing, is redraft these so that there is an additional segment that touches on keeping offices open to the extent allowable and subject to the capacity set by the state stay-at-home order. And then the rest of what you saw there would be the same. So if there's consensus for that, I'll write that up and get that out to department heads and certainly share it with your board as well.
Okay. I see some head nodding, and so I think we're good to go.
Yeah, okay. All righty. We appreciate the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay. So moving on, we have two more items. We have our supervisor calendars, and we have 7.2. It is 1 p.m. right now, and our plan is to come back at 2 p.m. to start our closed session. I'm looking at the other board members. Do we want to try to jam through 7.2 in our calendars and get that done, or do we want to take that up after our closed session is over?
You said 7.2.
I had a closed session.
I'll do either way.
And Supervisor Brown, you were saying do this before we hit closed session?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, moving. I think these are fast.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take our lunch. We'll come back at, let's come back at 1:45. And let's go ahead and take up those two items so that we can be ready at 2 p.m. to go into closed session.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. See you all at 1:45. Looks like we got EJ. And looks like we got Tina. Okay. I'm certain that Rob will be in with us momentarily, so I would say since we're live and back, let's go ahead and get started to see what we can get done before 2 o'clock deadline for closed session. Is everybody here with me?
The gang's all here, Mr. Vice Chair.
It was very silent for far too long. I was getting worried I was just here. Okay. So we're going to move on to item 7.2, consideration to continue CARES Act committee to work on obtaining information and grant funds available for small businesses. So I put this together, had a conversation with multiple folks, definitely had a conversation with our CAO, Ms. Hutchinson. This is different than what the recovery committee is. The recovery committee is more along the lines of ensuring the guidelines for our businesses and looking at ways that we can get them open safely. This is all about financial stability within our businesses throughout the entire county. I think that we need to have a focused approach. Our CARES Act funds were a reimbursement of the last 6 to 10 months of hardship that our businesses have endured. And I would like to have a much more proactive approach in looking at ways to provide for our businesses today for tomorrow, not tomorrow for today. And so I've had discussions with not everybody I wanted to, but I'm wondering if this needs to be a multi-jurisdictional committee where we also invite the cities to work with us, because the same information will be available for the businesses, whether or not they're within a specific jurisdiction. But I think that we need to gather a group that makes sure to focus on keeping our businesses alive, so that when we're done with this, we're not rebuilding from scratch. We're only just dealing with Band-Aids here and there. So that's pretty much the gist of it, and you have the memo in front of you as well for any further information. Wondering what your thoughts are in creating such a committee.
I think it's a good idea, a good direction we're going. Do we have any sort of timeline that we know that maybe more money is going to be coming down?
We know that there's $500 million available. It's not available to us. That's available to our businesses. We can already help them to figure out what's the smart way to get access to those funds. But I think that this committee should also be in charge of writing to our congressmen and our representatives at the state level to say, this is what we need. We've been waiting for a stimulus. We need something for our businesses, things of the likes. I think that we need to be very proactive in what the future holds for us versus just waiting for what might fall out of the sky. I also would like to advise that we ask for 2 Board of Supervisors to be on this committee, and then work with CAO to figure out what the rest of that committee might look like. Maybe that's being too vague, and maybe Ms. Grant will say that we need to be more specific about that. I'll let her speak on that, but also would like to hear from the rest of the supervisors.
Yeah,
Supervisor
I like this. A lot of what's talked about in the Blue Collar Committee is how to access and assist different businesses in the community, in the county, to be able to tap into some, for example, CARES Act funding, for example, with restaurants and the outdoors and tent rentals, propane, things like that. Those are costs they wouldn't normally have to bear. So looking at some of those type of things would be, a committee like this would do exactly that and allow some of them to be a part of it. So yeah, I like this.
Could this just be an arm of the Blue collar committee since they're already working and doing this work? I mean, wouldn't it be feasible for them to continue this?
And what I would suggest is we got two things. We got EJ, Supervisor Crandall, who is on the Blue Collar Committee. We have Supervisor Brown, who has one more meeting until he's done and retired. And the Blue Collar Committee is not an official arm of the Board of Supervisors. It's a group that came together with great intent and great purpose. And I think that you're right that there are commonalities, but I think this would formalize a group that I think needs to be formalized.
So you're including that they would meet in this type of setting as well, or
I think it needs to be a smaller group, but I think that their input would be absolutely valid. And I see that we have Melissa Fulton here on Zoom, and I think that inviting the business community to be a part of it, such as the Chamber of Commerce, would be crucial to have a better understanding of what the needs are and what their asks are to make sure that our businesses can stay afloat. But again, trying to limit it to, a manageable size of a group, whether that's 7 people or somewhere around there, that I think that would be the best way to move forward. Again, I'd love to invite both cities to have staff or a representative at these meetings, have representatives from a business community, and then have us on there as well so we can all work together, because the issues are cross-jurisdictional. They are not limited to one area. If there's no further comments or questions, I'll open it up to the public for any comments or questions. Again, this is item 7.2 regarding the creation of a committee to support our businesses as we move forward into more hardship. Ms. Fulton?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I would like to, certainly we need to do everything we can to help our businesses countywide. This pending new shelter in place is, it's a horrendous burden for our entire community, whether you're a business owner or not. I certainly appreciate, as I'm sure everyone else does, you're bringing this to the board. Whatever can be done needs to be done, and a cohesive collaboration is necessary. So certainly the Lake County Chamber would like to be a part of that, as well as I'm sure the Lake County EDC. If there's a possibility that we can access some of those funds, we should do everything we can to bring as much to Lake County as possible. So thank you all very much. I personally appreciate this conversation, and I'm sure my board of directors will do the same, as well as our members and all the businesses in the county. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought up Lake EDC. I forgot to mention them. I think that they're an integral part. They did such a great job with the CARES Act funds that were released to the businesses. In my opinion, had they been a part of the conversation to begin with, which may or may not have been possible to happen, but maybe we would have skipped a week or two of organizing and might have been able to hit the ground running a little faster. I think it worked out great, but I think this could reduce some timelines if we just implement them as part of our committee. We already have staff that are on their board, as well as other cities, and so I think it's a perfect fit for them to be involved as well. Any other public comment?
Yes, Elizabeth Larson with Lake County News.
Please.
Thank you for having this discussion. I'm actually just speaking as a business owner. I think it's great. I think you should absolutely have this committee. And I think that this committee really should be the basis for something long-term and bigger, like a small business incubator and protection program. I think Lake EDC it should definitely be helping with this. They just handled the CARES Act funds, and they did it far better than a lot of other areas have handled it. This is really in their wheelhouse. And I hope that if this committee goes forward, that it is multi-jurisdictional, that it does have the cities and the county working together, and that you seek out the businesses who got overlooked in the first rounds of funding. They're definitely out there. Some of them are still hanging on. A lot of them are businesses owned by people of color who we've heard anecdotally here and nationwide just couldn't quite get through the PPP process, just had a lot of roadblocks. And, but I think going forward, hopefully, maybe when you get your new board seated next year, there would be an opportunity to talk about what it would take to really have a successful small business incubator program here. I don't think it would take a lot. We've got smart people who could be mentors. We have grant writers. We have a lot of people who could put this together, because really small business and micro business really fuel Lake County. And I would also ask that when you look, if the committee forms and looks at other grants, that you also look out for micro business support opportunities. Micro businesses usually become small businesses if they can survive. And there's a lot of little ones out there that are trying to make it into the small business category, but the pandemic hit them. So thank you for the consideration today.
No, thank you for the comment, and I think that there's definitely a possibility of evolution depending on what the original scope is, and then we'll see where it leads us. Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. There's nobody here in the boardroom to provide comment as well, so bringing it back to the Board of Supervisors for deliberation or action.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Ms. Grant?
I would say that if you're going to invite or create a committee that is made up of multiple jurisdictions and other entities, it's very likely this committee would and should be subject to the Brown Act.
Yes.
Also, I would suggest that your board, if you're going to create this committee, that you at least designate the area of participants. In other words, you want the two cities, you want someone from EDD, whatever it is you do, because remember, you can't delegate discretion.
Correct. Thank you. And so what I'm thinking is the committee could be defined as one from each city, two Board of Supervisors, one from the EDC, and two business associations, which could be, as an example, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. That way it would be 7, and with the possibility of support from staff of both cities and staff from the county. That way it's not on one jurisdiction. We leave the table with an action items and make sure that that's handled appropriately and fairly.
So is this just, Vice Chair, is this is just forming it, and then we can decide on who will be in the positions when we appoint committees? Is that kind of the idea here?
Yes, let's, I think the best way would be first to get the buy-ins from the outside groups, and then afterwards we can go ahead and look at providing the exact names of who would be in the committee.
Okay. I'm on board with that.
So should we wait to approve this committee till we get the buy-ins from the outside entities, or do you want to move forward either way?
I know that I have spoken with Lake EDC. I haven't spoken with the city of Lakeport, but I have spoken with the city of Clear Lake, and obviously we have one business association, a major one in the county, here with us who is in support of this. I would say let's go ahead, and I would like to move forward so that we can get these meetings set as quickly as possible. I want to hit the ground running by January 1st, and so I would hope that before December is over that we can at least get one meeting to kind of get an idea of what our focus will be and what our specific task will be, so that then in January 1st we can get some hard work done and see some movement. That is my opinion. Ms. Hutchinson?
Well, I certainly agree that it makes sense to hit the ground running. I was doing some research because I think the initial target at least is to make sure Lake County gets its fair share of the $500 million the governor had announced would be forthcoming to local jurisdictions. That was part of his announcement about a week ago. I did a little research this morning. Work is still being done to figure all of that out. The Office of Small Business at the state level is the one that is figuring that out. So I absolutely believe that we need to begin our efforts here, a letter writing campaign to make our needs known to that State Department would definitely be worth the time at this time.
And I'm okay if the board wants to wait till next week to finalize, to get everyone else on board that says yes. Again, I have a feeling that everyone will be saying yes for the fact that the city of Lakeport just had a discussion about looking at a committee similar to this to help their businesses in their city. And I just think that all of their efforts is going to be helpful for us. And why not put all of our efforts together in one and have a unified voice? So again, I don't think that we'll have a problem in filling up the committee.
So, Mr. Chair, what I might suggest, though, I think the structure you're proposing is excellent. And what we might do between now and next week is I could work with you to draft up a purpose statement for this committee.
Okay.
And we have a bit more to talk to the other folks that we'd like to approach to be a part of this.
Sounds perfect to me. So basically, you're looking for consensus at this moment in time?
Yes, based on the structure that's been suggested, we can prepare an agenda item that includes a purpose statement. These 7 slots that you've suggested, the staff support that will help. And in the interim too, we can check with the various entities and make sure they have folks that will be a part.
Okay. Do we have consensus from the board to go ahead and move forward on that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, got a thumbs up from Rob's iPad. It's 2:03. Can we do a quick final 7.1 for the calendars to get all of our public agenda items done before we move on to closed session? Let's just go ahead and do that. Supervisor Crandall.
So yesterday, just reporting on the Middle Creek restoration and COVID recovery, meaning a lot of what we discussed in the COVID recovery meeting yesterday was mentioned today in the report from Dr. Pace, Middle Creek restoration. We ironed out some things between a couple of the agencies we're working with for appraisals and acquisitions in regards to Paragon and Monument, I think is what their name is. And so we just had some long discussions trying to iron and line out some benchmarks. We also got a report from that we do quarterly that the Water Resources does, and Marina had reported that to us as well. Tomorrow I have RC, and the Blue Collar Committee. I'm not sure what your schedule looks like, Bruno, tomorrow. If you're busy, I'm just going to handle them both. But if you're open, RC would be, if you can tag team that with me. Either way, I'm going to do both somehow. Thursday, I have a constituent meeting in the morning. And then same on Friday in the afternoon as well. COVID recovery next week, and I think we're talking about risk reduction on Monday. And if not, I know for sure I have a CAO meeting with Carol back here on Tuesday, the Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay, Supervisor Scott.
My calendar is pretty wide open. Tomorrow morning I have an 8 o'clock meeting talking about the pit count that's coming up in January. On Thursday, I have a 2 o'clock meeting, building homes, building lives. And then I'm going to a training at 4 o'clock on Thursday. On Sunday, we will have our meeting concerning the warming center. And then I have a Hope Rising Executive Committee meeting on Monday, and then back here on Tuesday.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Brown?
Jake, is Supervisor Brown able to unmute?
I finally am. Yeah, that's why I gave you the thumbs up earlier, because there was no other finger available.
I appreciate the restrictions of Zoom.
Yeah, I don't have a lot going on this week. I'm pretty available. I won't be able to attend the blue collar committee meeting, so you guys sound like you have that covered. I have an appointment tomorrow that'll prevent me from doing that, and I'm just waiting to hear back from Scott about the meeting with Bottle Rock Power and those that are putting that together. So that's the only thing I have that I'm really waiting for.
All right. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Brown, I accidentally said blue collar. I meant blue ribbon. The blue ribbon committee's tomorrow, but we do need to set a blue collar committee because we haven't had one since November.
Yeah, with all of this stuff going on, I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can coordinate offline about setting something up for that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you guys had already set it up without me, so I was like, oh, okay.
No, I always say blue collar, blue ribbon all the time. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
It's a play on words. Real quick, going back to yesterday's meeting with Middle Creek Project Restoration, I just want to state that I absolutely appreciate the passion and the energy that Peter Windrum brings to that committee. He is very knowledgeable and very dedicated to making sure that project goes through. Just wanted to share my appreciation with that with him. Tomorrow I have an LTA APC meeting in the morning. If it ends early, EJ, I will let you know so that I can jump on RCRC so that we can collaborate on that call. Later in the afternoon, I have a CPUC Wildfire Safety Advisory Board that I'm going to be joining, trying to get myself a little bit more embedded with the CPUC. Thursday, have an EOC call in the morning for an update on COVID. Later on, again, another CPUC meeting for low-income oversight. And then it looks like we have a CARES Act ad hoc committee meeting at 4 p.m. as well. And I'll have to figure out how to manage that because I also have a CSAC call somewhere in the middle of that. Then on Friday, it's pretty open at this moment in time. And then coming back in on possibly a recovery meeting on the 14th, depending on if Supervisor Simon is available or not. And then meeting with our CAO to discuss our meeting over on the 15th and finishing that day off with a CSAC call to get an update from the state as to what's going on. And that is my update. And so we are done, I believe, with the entirety of our public agenda. And so it is time to move on to closed session. And let me get to that part. And so item 8.1, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E3, claim of McQueen. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. 8.3, employee grievance complaint pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and 8.4, public employee evaluations of County Council and Registrar of Voters. And for that, we will go and adjourn to closed session.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes, Anita. Yes, Ms. Grant.
If I may quickly just tell you, 8.1 will not go forward today. It's still pending review.
Great news. Thank you very much for the update. Okay, and we will go
Mr.
ahead
Chair,
and...
I did send your board a special for closed session. So if you can use that, we're exiting this Zoom room.